Hello, good morning. Well, it's all about winning the group, isn't it? And that's exactly what Richie Burnett is trying to do today. He's trying to do it in style here at the Super Series and become the first player ever to win every single game in a Group A campaign. We'll find out if he can do it over the course of the day, but if you did miss the action yesterday, here's a reminder of what happened. Oh, sensational. That speed as well from Schie. Didn't mess around there. Shane has taken his and taken the win, and he knows that. He bounced it in off that dart.
Double 10. And the Prince of Wales is very much ascending to the throne.
Yeah, everybody's had their moments, but it has been Richie Burnett who's really dominated Group A this week. The Welshman making his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth and doing it without losing a game in his first 2 days. Look at that, 10 from 10 for the former world champion. The closest to him is Jimmy Van Schie, 8 points adrift going into the final day of action. Andy Davidson in third. We'll have a look at that battle for Group B as well. Of course, second and third make it to Group B. Shane McGuirk on their shoulder. Jeroen Mioch, a weekly winner here before on 6 points. And Killian McCormack, a debutant. He had a much better day yesterday, but it really has been all about the man at the top of the table. Burnett has been brilliant and is therefore a huge favourite to now win this group. Look at that price. I don't think I've ever seen anyone more odds on. Only 3 players can mathematically win the group, but it would take a complete capitulation from Richie Burnett, and there has been no sign of that happening. So Burnett very likely to go on and win this group today. But can he be the first ever to win every single game? 4 players have won 14 out of 15. One of them is in this group. Shane McGuirk is on that list. Burnett hoping to be the first to have an unbeaten Group A campaign and beat that record shared by McGuirk and 3 other players. And Shane is in action in the opening match of the day. He's trying to get into Group B, and he's taken on Killian McCormack in his opener, and he had a little chat with Henry Deacon before play got underway.
Shane, we've seen some patches of some good stuff for yourself this week, but is it fair to say you're still waiting to find that bit of consistency?
Yeah, it's been tough. It's warm here this week. I think that's a big deal for me and a lot of the guys as well. It's just a warm time of year, I think it is, and when you're in there and you're playing on stage, it is going to get warmer for yourself, and just sometimes I feel like the darts is just slipping a wee bit, but I'm trying to get better on it. I'm working on it, and yeah, I'm playing all right in patches. And like, it's at the end of the day, this is it's a marathon, not a sprint, really. Like, so I have time.
How does the dynamic change when it's warmer conditions? As you say, there's obviously sweat on the hands and things like that. Is it just prepared a little bit differently for those conditions?
Well, yeah. To be fair, like, it's I don't know. I wouldn't be used to it that much anyway, but like, especially when you're here at the time of year that it does get warm, and I'm trying to get used to it now at the minute, and it's not too bad, but I can definitely improve.
We've seen you in the past improve as weeks go along. So is that the kind of confidence you're trying to draw, that whatever happens today, Group B, Group C, whichever it is, you just build and try and get yourself through to Saturday?
Yeah, every day is different. You know, every day I could turn up and hit 90s, 100 averages, or I could come here and hit 70s, 80 averages. It doesn't matter. Like, what every day is going to be different, and I know that myself. So basically what's going to happen now is just who turns up on the day. Is it going to be which me is going to turn up? But yeah, I'm always going to go in with confidence, and I can win games here. I know I can win games here, and hopefully it just works out.
Mathematically, you can't win Group A. So does that give you a little bit of a free hit today in the respect of, you want to get into Group B, but because that Group A is not there to play for, you can just maybe try and play yourself into some form?
Yeah, well, for me, not really. Like, I just want to come here and I want to win as many games as I can. Like, I know everyone does. But like, to win games is just what I'm here to do, and you win overall, you don't. But yeah, like, I'm going to try to push for Group B, give myself a goal for the day. I think it's good to have that incentive to go into the day and do something. But there is going to be a bit of fun today. Like, I can relax a bit more. You can't win the group, so I know I'm coming back tomorrow and Friday, so I have to prepare for that as well. So I'm just going to enjoy it.
We hope it brings the best out of you. Shane, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to hear from Shane McGuirk at the start of the day. And we're about to get ready for the best of 7 legs of Hawaii 501, it seems, with Killian McCormack with a change of shirt. He's obviously been down to the beach. And he is bidding to make it a lucky shirt today. But Shane McGuirk, the Arrow, 29 years of age, as mentioned at the start of the show, one of the players to have gone 14 out of 15. We'll detail that more as the show goes on. But Magic Hands McCormack here with a garish garment, looking to get the victory over his fellow Irishman in this opening match. When we looked at the league table, we saw that Shane McGuirk found himself in 4th place. So the thing that he's trying to achieve today is to breach the top 3. He can't finish top, we know that. He's already 12 points adrift of Richie Burnett. However, he can finish 2nd or 3rd and get into that Group B. And this week, Henry Deacon, that might be very, very important.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
As you begin the day with awkward handshake. Yeah, hi Chris, morning everyone. It feels like things are almost settled, don't they? Richie Burnett,
41.
basically his arm needs to fall off, you sense, to not win this group. And then as far as Group B and C is concerned, Andy Davidson, you think he's in the box seat, but if McGuirk can win this game early on, jaw level on points, may just put a bit of pressure on him. We didn't see Andy play to the best of his ability. Yes, if the truth be told, apart from Richie Burnett, everybody was a little bit down, apart from Killian McCormack. As far as Shane was concerned yesterday, well, he's a point down, 82.07 the overall average, 29% on the doubling, but Killian was much improved from day 1 to day 2, put 7 points on his average, 89.66 and 42% when checking out. So a much drastic improvement from day 1 to day 2, and we'll see what day 3 will herald for the man from the Emerald Isle.
Yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday, wasn't it? Because based on Monday, most people got worse than Monday. Richie Burnett, though, got better over the course of the day. That's ominous for the rest of the field as he finds his feet on the Super Series stage, which he did rather quickly. Often found one of his feet off the Super Series stage, didn't he, Richie Burnett? But we will see examples of that as the day goes on. Have you ever seen anyone 1 to 250?
Not that short.
140.
I remember Scott Mitchell being a fairly short price favourite once, but I think he was about 1 to 100, something like that. Shane McGuirk's been in this position before where he's had a big lead and gone unbeaten over 2 days.
85.
But
Shane McGuirk, 102.
it's the fact that it just doesn't look like somebody's going to beat Burnett this week. But McGuirk looking to get the first leg of the day of a ton plus checkout, goes the 14 route for it.
Yeah, remarkable that we go into the final day with only 3 players mathematically in it and only 1 player likely to win. For anyone who doesn't understand gambling, you'd have to put £250 on Richie Burnett to win £1. And if you put £1 on any other player, you would lose that pound.
48.
Going to get the opening rubber of the board today. Double 16. The takeout leg one. Solid start. 17 darts. And McGuirk up and running. 1-0 he leads. Well, unlike the football last night, we actually have a score on the board.
Oh, you're one of the negative ones, are you?
Not negative, just fair in my analysis.
87.
Bandwagon. $180. I'm talking about scoring. Power scoring by Shane McGuirk at the start of this one. McGuirk goes berserk.
That was the call for Moen Binks there.
100.
Our referee for all of the action today.
I hope he wasn't shouting too much at his TV last night.
85.
He does get really involved in EastEnders, doesn't he?
It's not like Owen to go anywhere and raise his voice, is it?
43.
Well, he did need a Strepsil or 2 yesterday, and we were readying you as his replacement. We didn't tell you at the time. But I think you've got a
39.
180 or two in you, Henry. I'm sure you have.
Possibly, but it was a real concerted effort, though, from Owen yesterday. But McGuirk here looking to really steal the ascendancy in this opening contest of the day.
57.
He's going to get 6 here for 197 to open up a 2-zip lead. And he was saying in that interview this morning that he feels he's got an air of free hit about it. He can't mathematically win the group, which is
41.
the number one objective. Of course, he wants to get into Group B. A, you get a better chance of making it through, and 2, because of the new prize structure, there's more money involved in it. But he's going to use today as a day just to play himself into form ahead of whatever the
81.
challenge is ahead on
Shane require
Thursday and Friday, respectively. The
156.
challenge ahead here is a 156.
Another. Not found, so McCormack will get a look
100.
at the
Shane require
133, as this pair would
133.
say.
Not to be, and so McGuirk will come back for the break of thrown, a 2-0 lead, single to double combination.
93. Shane require
McCormack will
56.
leave himself tops if this doesn't go. This was his cause of concern yesterday, McGuirk. 14 from 48 on the doubles.
16.
And there's a couple of misses there, which
Killian
has opened up the door
40.
for McCormack to square this contest up if he can find tops.
Games on the
Which he
second
can,
leg.
for
Killian
parity.
McCormack.
Do get involved on social media, Twitter, Facebook,
look at
Instagram,
Shane
sorry,
to throw
X,
first.
Facebook, Instagram. And in the chat room here on YouTube as well.
140.
1 or 2 already have. Robbie saying even Henry would be a better manager than Southgate and not put him left wing. What, put himself left wing?
120.
I mean, I know we're struggling for left backs, but is it that bad?
He'd always be left back in any team I selected, Henry. Left back somewhere.
100.
Yeah, and other people are not quite getting the gist of the record here. Talking about Phil Taylor winning 37 wins in a row and Michael van Gerwen winning 43 matches in a row.
60.
But they didn't do it on a Wednesday in Portsmouth, did they? We're talking about the Group A record. It's 14 out of 15, and that is the question. And let's get your thoughts, H, on this. Can Richie make history? What do you think?
180.
I think he's got a very, very good chance. I just think you look at everybody else in the group, and since day one, their levels have receded where it just looks like Richie's getting better. And the early signs in
100.
this one is maybe Shane's just beginning to get
81.
into the swing of proceedings. And also, you've got to remember, if the group is done very quickly today, it's what adrenaline's left in the rest of the player's body. As McGuirk looks at top, so
61.
what would have been a 12 darter. He has got time on his side. I mean, I always thought the most likely was when Mitchell went 10 from 10, and I'm not saying that with
60.
commentator rose-tinted glasses on, but
Shane, you
he
require
just looked
20.
likely to do it. And Burnett has that similar feel to him as McGuirk looks to make it 2-1, has to shuffle across, and then finds the
James
double
on the
10,
third
14 darter. This
Shane
is
McGuirk.
some real good stuff so far from Shane McGuirk. He leads 2-1.
Yeah,
Full play
bright
against
start
Killian to throw first. Game.
to the morning from this Irish duo, a Group A that doesn't include any English players. A rarity. We will, of course, be revealing
93.
next week's lineup tomorrow. And I can tell you that will change. There will be English representation in Group A. There will be English representation tomorrow because we're going to see the new incoming 6 for this week
180.
in Groups B and C. As McGuirk opens another leg with a maximum.
Yeah, that's his third of the match now. Average just under
140.
95. This has been a real good performance out of the gate for McGuirk. It's not going to get any better in terms of perfection in this leg.
60.
Yeah, Scotland's Greg Ritchie in action tomorrow afternoon. He's a very decent player. Jensen Walker, a emerging
41.
star as well. Played very well when he was here last time. Got through to finals night. And Bath Patel in for a second chance. Played at the World Cup of Darts, at the World Championship, last year, and didn't really perform when he had a Group B campaign earlier, but we'll be looking to put that right in Group C.
180.
Another from McGuirk. He's having it large here on Wednesday morning, and will be having it large on Thursday evening. Charlie Large, the Pompey player, in action, along with Mark Durbridge and Reece Colley in Group B. That's where Shane McGuirk is hoping to be.
101.
Well, he plays like this, he's got every chance, because this is the second leg in succession that McGuirk has left 81 after 9. Threatening the break, threatening a 3-1 lead, threatening an 11 darter. 12 points for a 12 darter.
69.
Not to be, but this time McCormack
require
on throw does have a
126.
finish to threaten.
May not even win the leg. 2 180s in it. Likelihood is he now will.
53. Shane require 12.
So another chance to move 2 legs clear and then have the darts of the match.
Game shot
13 darter for McGuirk.
Shane
This is a
McGuirk.
really good performance. Average of 95, 33% on the doubles, 4 maximums. There's not much not
Fifth
to like
leg,
about this
Shane
performance
to
so
throw
far.
first.
And we thought at some point things were going to
Game
click into place for him, and it feels like it is here.
Yeah, playing like we know he can. He is, of course, one of those 4 players we mentioned that has won 14 out of 15 in a Group A campaign. The maximum he can win is
96.
9 matches in this group now. That's if he goes through the card today. There's himself, Scott Mitchell, Alex Spellman managed to get 14 out of 15 as well. One other
100.
escapes my attention, but I know that Henry's a font of all knowledge and will whip that out of the depths of his mind.
David Evans.
It
And
was, yeah.
66.
You may remember that we had a little bit of a straggle over period, didn't we, in Series 1? And Jim McEwen did it just before we moved over here in September. And he actually won the first 14 games.
He did, yeah, in Southampton. It was as we moved into Super Series age, but not quite. The Live Lounge in Portsmouth lost the last one too.
140.
I'll get back to you.
Answers in the chat room, please.
100.
Josh Payne, 4-3.
Yeah, it was. Recall it now.
Matthew Edgar finished bottom of that particular Group A.
39. Killian require 121.
I'll let you remind him of that next week.
42. Shane require 160.
Well, this for the match, and to round off what's been a real comprehensive display for Shane McGuirk to kickstart the day. Not going to take out the 160, but McCormack has left himself on a 2-darter to threaten the break of throw.
96. Killian requires 79.
19s would be the approved route here because 2 singles leave a double. If had he gone the 13s, it would have been the bullseye. Well, the right singles leave a double. Killian has misfired there.
And when chances
39.
are few and far between, you cannot
Shane requires
afford
64.
unforced errors. And so this for the match. 2 in hand, a 8-8. He's not going to get the job done right here, right now. McCormack's got 3 darts at tops of the break.
40. Game shot on the 5th leg.
That's achieved.
Killian McCormack. 6th leg, it's Killian to throw first.
What do you think of the shirt, Henry?
Well, this is
Game
my
on.
expert field, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I'm surprised you let Killian borrow it, to be honest.
It's definitely got dad on holiday vibes about it, hasn't it?
I thought it was one of those
28.
Magic Eye type shirts. Magic Hands is a nickname for McCormack, but yeah, that is an interesting choice. Certainly enjoying himself, isn't he, here at the Super Series?
134.
There's something there, isn't there? You can see that.
We say it so often, don't we, about ADC qualifiers? To go through the rigorous criteria that there is now for the ADC, you've got to have something. And when they come here, it's about harnessing and extracting the best of that and then just working and tweaking on areas. And players like Andy Davidson's a great example of that. We know that there's talent and sometimes we've got to extract that and actually see how good they are. And look, when you're on a stage like this, in front of the cameras, in front of the lights, it can be all-encompassing, and it can, at times, maybe be a little bit
43.
sink or swim, but this is what happens when you're put into a piranha's tank against the biggest sharks in the amateur game.
$58.
Well, all McGuirk really needs to do is improve his doubling. Had he done that earlier in the game, he would have won it convincingly, probably with a 3-figure average. He's hit 4 180s in this match, Shane McGuirk, but has missed 8 darts at double.
60.
And suddenly there just seems like there's no real sting in the game right now. It's almost moved down to a staccato pace.
Killian is a... What's the word to describe it? He's not a slow thrower, but he does take his time in retrieving and approaching the hockey, doesn't he?
60.
Regimented.
Shane requires 72.
And we have seen other players sort of play at his pace, get dragged into that. McGuirk may be guilty of it here.
60.
But will it stop him winning the game? It's more misses for McGuirk.
Even though it's been better, it's still the story of his week. The scoring's been great in this game, but the doubling has left a lot to be desired. He's now missed 10 darts that are double in this contest. He is going to come back for more match-winning darts.
42. Shane, you require 12.
At double 6 to complete a 4-2 win. Well, it's a super start for Shane. He gets the better of Killian McCormack by 4 legs to 2. Decent performance, 4 maximums in there, 92 average. The doubling has a little bit of improvement, but in the middle of the game, some decent legs in there, 13 and a 14. That's for Killian McCormack. Work to do as the day goes along, but McGuirk off and running on the board of a 4-2 victory. Coming up after the break, we are going to see Richie Burnett looking to make it 11 heaven as far as this group is concerned. His first assignment of the day, Jeroen Mioch. If he wins that one, he is on the hill.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg,
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Richie Burnett is about to take to the hockey against Jeroen Mioch. He is potentially a win away from winning the group. He's 10 from 10 so far, and he's looking to become the first player to win every single game in a Group A campaign. A few have come close, winning 14 out of 15 games. Schie McGuirk, who's in this group, came close to doing so. Alex Spellman, top American player, also coming close to winning every single game. And our very own commentary colleague, Scott Mitchell, won 14 out of 15 in a group. The record for that group, David Evans, with a plus 36 legs difference and 28 points once upon a time. But Richie Burnett, interestingly, if he is to complete the card for a third successive day, is going to have to win against the darts 3 times over the course of proceedings. This is actually one of his 2 games on throw against Jeroen Mioch, the 57-year-old from Wales, the 1995 BDO World Champion, appeared in another couple of finals at the Lakeside, and is hoping to swap Lakeside glory for Live Lounge glory at the weekend. Competition which Jeroen Mioch has won, of course. He made it through to a Champions Week in Series 4, played at the Champions Night. He topped a Champions Week Group A, which involved Luke Littler, of all people. So we know the talent is there, but hasn't really been able to harness it in the way that he would have liked, hoping to grow as the week moves along. And we've seen it so many times from players like Jeroen, where the first 3 days don't go to plan, but then improve on the first day and Friday. But it's all about Richie Burnett. It's all about the Prince of Wales. If he wins this one, he is oh so close to qualification.
He's got that winning feeling. Hasn't had too many visits like that over the last couple of days, Richie Burnett, who's loving life here in the Live Lounge, one of the finest venues he's ever played darts in, and he should know. He's played in some dumps. He's just huge value in every possible way, isn't he, Richie Burnett? Watching him throw the darts, watching him when his opponent's throwing the darts, the quality he possesses, all of the eccentricity, and he's good for a quote in an interview.
78.
He's one of those players that people have been clamouring for ages, and we've seen why over the last couple of days. And you get the sense he's going to be one of those players that when we
100.
look at specials weeks and fiend weeks, and I think he's going to be one of those players that a lot of fans will want to see play as much as possible, not just in this building, but any building across the world.
51.
Played at the World Seniors Championship earlier on this year. Wouldn't surprise me if we see him again at the Seniors televised events in 2024.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he goes for his tour card again, because he did do some interviews around that Seniors World Championship saying that he kind of
81.
felt shackled in the PDC.
146.
And now he's playing with some freedom, free to go and play where he wants. And he's still played on Players' Championship stuff this year. Had a run to a last 16, of course, won that early challenge to
90.
a title. Now looking to win Group A at the Super Series, maybe have some success on the Seniors as well.
And I feel like players like Richie, and we see it from the likes of Robert Thornton, Kevin Painter, for example, they just
56.
find their happy place in the sport. Maybe later on in the career, the pro circuit isn't for them, and places like this just
Game
suit a
shot
bit
the
better.
first
And this
there.
place really has
Richie
suited him.
Burnett.
1-0 up, 17 data, pinning the tops, first time of asking.
Second
Making
leg
it look
is
so
Jeroen to throw
routine.
first. Game on.
Well, that W shape on the front of his shirt, I believe, is for Wales, but it could be for Win. Hello, has he got a friend up there?
139.
Richie Burnett is currently having a conversation with a speaker.
I seem to be even higher than the speaker on that occasion. Who knows what Richie sees that we don't?
Probably looking up at the commentary box and having a chat with us,
48.
isn't he?
Yeah, if you haven't been watching all week, there's a sort of tower speaker behind the table that Richie Burnett seems to have befriended this week. He's been getting it to hold his towel for him, although he hasn't done that in this match, I don't believe. Hasn't needed it yet. Not feeling the heat just yet, but he's bumped into it and apologised. Now he's sort of
71.
seemed to be taking advice off it. You see a great angle there as well. I mean, Richie is so animated, but
60.
the referee and the other player throwing, they've got no idea what's going on behind them. And I wonder if that can be slightly distracting sometimes, wondering what he's up to, because that's kind of what we're looking at, and I'm sure what you're looking at home all the time.
Maybe not an example as
180.
extreme as Richie Burnett, but back in the 1980s when Alex Higgins played snooker, he was such a maverick, and you did not know what Alex Higgins was going to do next at the snooker table. That I've heard stories from the likes of John Parrott where that would put them off because they'll be
58.
going for a shot, and Alex in his seat could be doing, well, anything. Well, to be fair, it got to the point of Alex Higgins in snooker where there was only one referee in the world that was allowed to referee his televised matches.
Well, Bennett's up to here. He's shooting brilliant
140.
arrows, because that's a 140 to back up the 180 in the previous visit. He's down to 62, and the winning run looks set to continue here.
93. Richie requires 62.
Slips the other side into the treble 15. So it's only going to be one dart in his hand, a double 8.
46.
If he
Jeroen
wins this
require
match, by the way,
85.
and then Andy Davidson gets the better of Jimmy Van Schie in the next game, that's it, isn't it? The group's over with 4 games to spare.
60.
Well, that gave him a scare,
Richie
but Burnett
requires
is back.
16.
Double 8 for 2-0 lead and the break. Nice guide if he can shuffle across and clip it off the barrel. Too far across, double 4.
12.
Well, there's an opening here for
Jeroen
Jeroen,
required 25.
and he has to take advantage of this.
Help or hindrance?
9.
Clattered off it,
Richie
and it was the
required
latter.
4.
Lots has been going the way of Burnett this week. Will that continue? Rubber the green. But he
No
can't
score.
find that colour. And Mioch gets
Jeroen
another
requires
chance.
16.
That's probably the first time this week we've really seen Richie struggle on the doubling.
Game shot
As
in the
Mioch
second
levels up
leg.
at
Jeroen
1
Mioch.
apiece, pinning the double 8. And not often this week is Richie
Today
Burnett
it's
conceded a
Richie to throw
22
first.
dart holder throw.
Game on. $140.
Chat room is alive with support for Richie Burnett. Someone says, put your house on Richie.
39.
Please do gamble responsibly. And by the way, if you did put your house on Richie today, you'd probably win equivalent to a kennel. He was that short.
180.
Getting shorter as well. Richie does have Higgins vibes. Someone agreeing with you there, Henry.
87. $140.
40 leads Burnett on 41 after 9.
27. Richie required 41.
Getting over the last leg blip rather quickly. Double 16.
Game shot in the
Superb.
third leg.
Burnett
Richie
2-1
Burnett.
up, halfway towards the victory post and halfway towards the hill in terms of qualification.
Full flag against Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
And that's the way to bounce back, isn't it? After missing all those darts at double in the previous leg. 11 darter, thank you very much, 2-1.
Is it fair to say we
38.
thought Richie Burnett would play well, but maybe we didn't expect him to play this good, this consistently?
Yeah, although, looking at the performances, if you just showed me the stats,
60.
game on game, I would not think he'd won every match. So I think he's played maybe predictably well without
41.
being incredibly spectacular at times, but I think nobody expected him to be such a winning machine. Certainly competing to win the group, but not dominating it in this fashion.
140.
And he's really set out a statement ahead of Saturday night.
You know, we were mentioning his World
96.
Championship debut in 1995. It's actually 39 years since his major tournament debut. He played in 11 World Masters in his career, the first of which was in 1985.
95.
To put that in perspective, Dave Whitcomb won that tournament.
And for the first time ever, with anything that's been said in comms, Henry, I can be the one that says
96.
I wasn't even born then.
Burnett would make his way through to the last 32 of that particular competition, where he'd lose out by 2 sets to 1 to a
138.
player that Paul Nicholson knows very well, the Australian Russell Stewart.
2 legs to 1 up in this one, and that could become 3-1 very quickly. 68 remaining for Richie when he returns.
100. Richie requires 68.
16's corridor, and the single 16 leaves the requisite double.
52.
It's an outside chance, but a
Jeroen
chance for
require
Jeroen.
130.
60. Chance goes straight away.
90. Richie requires 60.
So Burnett back for double 8. To move within a leg. Rubbish, he says. And
40.
he may repeat that assessment,
Jeroen require 40.
but not after the little strop en route to retrieving the darts. He is
Game
punished
shot on the fourth leg.
for the
Jeroen
second
Mioch.
leg in 4. You could have won this match 4-0.
Fifth leg, it's
Or
Richie to throw
Richie, if it is
first.
4-3, you might
Game
think
on.
he could have won it 7-0.
Well, there is a famous story, isn't there, about Richie Burnett, where he played a Pro Tour match where
100.
he lost 6-3 and somebody went up to him and asked how the game could have gone. Lost 6-3, should have won 9-0. And in this game, Richie Burnett, in terms of the averages, is 22
82.
points in front, but 2 from 13 on the doubles. And Jeroen hasn't played well here. But one thing he has done is when he's been given opportunities, he's by and large been able to take them. 2 from 6 on the doubles.
140.
Robbie says, put your house on Sheffield
99.
Wednesday, finishing 24th in the Championship next season. Well, they all said that last year, Robbie. Now they're looking for somewhere to live.
60.
In case you're wondering, me and Chris Murphy will not be speaking to each other on October the 26th or April the 26th.
Yeah, we've just been looking through the
100.
fixtures. They've been released today, and it is confirmed that everybody will play each other twice, home and away. That's what will happen here as well in our groups tomorrow and Thursday.
100.
Burnett very much looking at home here. And again, he's bounced back, hasn't he? Missing loads of doubles, but he's on that 101, which we've seen him take out this week.
95. Richie require 101.
This will be the 4th time he's taken this check out this week. If he can find double 18.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Just like that, Richie.
Richie Burnett.
From rubbish to remarkable. 3-2 he leads.
Sixth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first.
I think he's reacting to the misses because he really does believe he should be 5-0 up in this first of 4 game now, doesn't he? And Richie was indeed a
97.
world champion, Robbie. We've been talking about that, 1995.
125.
I wonder what Jeroen's thinking in the background, in the respect that Burnett's just taken that 101 out and he's saying, I'm playing rubbish. What does that say in the back of his mind? Because it's clear that he's struggling to find something right now.
Oh, it must be so annoying because you're basically totally dismissing your opponent. And he's dismissed every opponent so far
135.
in this group. He's dismissed them twice. Will be a third defeat for Mioch
57.
at the hands of Burnett. If he can convert 2-4-1 in the next couple of visits. Probably has 3.
100.
Burnett is boiling up, but this game could be over very soon.
Well, the pattern has been he's dominated the scoring in every leg, but missed doubles against the throw. Is he going to do the same here?
$90.
Well, he's left himself a single to double for the match, and Jeroen could only try and set up. Hasn't quite been for the Dutchman in this opening encounter, but this is for
Richie Burnett,
11
51.
wins from 11, and to put himself on the cusp of qualification. 2 darts at tops of the match, and it's another win for Richie Burnett. At times,
Richie
not
Burnett.
convincing, but it's a win nonetheless for the Welshman. It puts him on to 22 points. He's now 10 clear of Jimmy Van Schie, who, if he fails to beat Andy Davidson in the next game, that man in your picture who's slapping his head as to saying that he played bad would have won the group. Richie Burnett, a 4-2 winner against Jeroen Mioch. Decent numbers there. The finishing maybe a bit of an improvement. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson in action. Defeat for Van Schie, Burnett wins the group.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Yeah, match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
So Richie Burnett remains unbeaten and is now one result away from being crowned as a Group A champion. And that result could come in this match. If Andy Davidson gets the better of Jimmy Van Schie, then Burnett wins with 4 games to spare. What a remarkable start for him. Van Schie out to stop him. Now the only player that can. Can the Dutch giant get the better of Davidson in this one? Or will the Edinburgh ace hand the group to Burnett before he even plays his second game against Killian McCormack, which is coming up after this? And then attention really will turn to whether or not Burnett can go through the group unbeaten and be the first player to do that. But both of these players still have the realistic Group B battle to take care of. And
game on.
Having seen Shane McGuirk win his opening match, that has made this one more important to win.
Well, any defeat for Andy Davidson here, and he will drop down to 4th place in the table.
140.
Davidson on 10 points minus 3 legs difference. McGuirk 10 points minus 4 legs difference, but McGuirk has won more legs than Andy Davidson, so would get the jump over the Scot by that particular metric, even with a 4-3 Van Schie scoreline.
46.
Good to chat to Jimmy at the end of the show yesterday. Gave his appeal for his
99.
Pompey fan club to come down on Saturday night. He expects to be there. You can be there as well. Don't forget, tickets are available via dartshop.tv.
61.
You can scan that QR code, a couple of quid booking fee. And look, you can be certain that you'll see Richie Burnett up close and personal.
41.
No way now he's not going to win this group. Will be confirmed in the next couple of games in all likelihood, maybe even in this one. And you will get the full
44.
experience. He will be interactive with the audience, let me tell you. Just don't crunch on a crisp while he's throwing.
119.
Remember when he took on the whole of Ali Pally? Richie Burnett. Who was he playing? James Hubbard, wasn't it?
54. And it requires.
However, if you're in the front row, bring a hard hat or something, just in case.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun night. Look, Jimmy Van Schie's here as well. What a fun night it was when he won his week. Andy Davidson, such a strong player, winning a week in the previous series. You might see some fireworks.
100, and he required 24.
And because of said football tour, there might be a bit of banter between the Dutch and the English come Saturday night. Double 12 for Davidson doesn't go.
Yeah, and of course, we're not going to clash with
Jimmy required
England's
56.
Next game in the tournament, so you can enjoy darts on Saturday and enjoy football on Sunday if you can.
Well, the 5 o'clock kick will be okay. Tots of Schie, double 10. Oh, bit of a mess.
51.
Davidson comes back for double 12.
And he required 24. No score.
I just spent
Jimmy required 5.
the last 10 seconds blocking the double even more, didn't he? You feel now, the reaction here is he knows he has to hit this. Because if he misses outside, he's going to block it. If he misses inside, he's already blocked double 1. He blocks it.
And this was his issue yesterday,
Game
but he
show
does
the
very
first,
well to find
Jimmy
a way
Van Schie.
around to lead 1-0. We saw it particularly on low doubles and in particular double 3. If that first dart goes below, A, because of his height, and B, because his darts really do stand to attention.
85.
It's just very difficult for him to find a lie and find a way in. Everything for Jimmy has to be pitched above.
96. $99.
So a reminder that if Davidson wins this game, Burnett wins the group. If Van Schie wins it, he keeps his hopes
135.
alive. But Burnett can put an end to those hopes by beating Killian McCormack in the game that follows
134.
this. What is Burnett going to do with 3 days off in Portsmouth, says Robbie. Well, hopefully he doesn't take 3 days off.
100. Jimmy require 130.
Double 5.
125, and he required 83.
So Davidson back for 83 to square this contest up. He's going to get a couple in hand, a double 16, only needs the one. 14 darter to
Davidson.
level up. That's some way to respond following the setback of leg one. And it looks like we've got
Luggage,
Fizz
Jimmy
Bump
to throw
Olympics
first.
restarting again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Robbie was including today as a day off for Richie Burnett, but he will still have to
43.
fulfil his fixtures. He can't just win his next match and then wander off into the sunshine.
Although, to be honest, it wouldn't
58.
surprise me if Richie did that.
Well, what would you recommend, Henry? If I send you down to speak to Richie at the end of the show and he asks you, what shall I do
140.
in Portsmouth for the next 2 days, boyo? What would your advice be?
180.
Seafront? Definitely. Gun Wharf? Definitely.
28.
These are all things you can do, by the way, on Saturday before coming here to the live lounge.
I can give him some restaurant recommendations.
93.
Yeah, but I think you can find a Burger King anywhere, Henry. What about a nice filet-o fish? That's what
95.
Andy
And he
Davidson's
required
looking for here.
170. 145.
Took a bite out of it.
But he's taking a chunk out of the Van Schie throat. Remember, he missed
99,
6
and he
starts
required
at double
25.
12 to break him in the first leg. He's going to get a couple at double 8 here
Game
to eventually
shot in the
do
third
so.
leg.
And he's won the
Andy
last
Davidson.
2 legs in 27 darts. This is a real good start for Andy Davidson. And this is real good
Well,
news
it's
for
Andy to throw
Richie
first.
Burnett because
Game on.
he's potentially now a couple of legs away for qualifying through to Saturday night's final without needing to throw
55.
another dart.
Good group to win this. An even better group to win so well as Richie Burnett seems to be doing. I don't think
92.
anybody would have predicted that anybody would have won this group at this stage. In fact, when I was chatting with the crew on Monday,
140.
everybody was giving different names. Some said McGuirk, others said Davidson, a couple said Van Schie.
96.
Who did you say?
I can't remember, to be honest.
96.
And that probably means I didn't say because I didn't know, which kind of makes the
100.
point, doesn't it? There are weeks when you look at a group and you go, he should win it or she should win it, but
100.
this week wasn't one of them. And it might be the week where somebody wins every single game.
And I think we're getting to a point where the strength and depth is so big that
99. And he
you
required
don't look at
110.
Group 8 and think that player's going to dominate. This one 10 for a 3-1 lead. This has been a superb
78.
performance, and that double
Jimmy
16 would have added a
114.
ton topper to a 13 and a 14 darter. Van Schie needs the ton 14.
Chooses double 18.
96. And he required
That dart became a bit of a
32.
distraction, maybe. And Davidson can stack
Game shot
to
in the
double
fourth
16.
leg.
That's why
Andy
that's his
Davidson.
perfect double. Beautiful position for him. Low and left. Puts one
Fifth leg
outside.
is
He
Jimmy
can
to throw first.
nearly always use it.
And so now Richie Burnett is a leg away from winning the group.
58. $83.
It's perhaps ironic that people have been waiting for so long to see Richie Burnett play a week that he's only going to turn up for 3 days, win the group and have a
96.
couple of days off. But this was kind of what he did in Southampton when it was the
60.
live league, when he played in shorter, truncated stages. He kept winning weeks, kept making it through to Champions. Back then, 3 players in a week got through to
100.
a Champions week in the 4th week. And Burnett was so prolific in getting there, and that was why a lot of people,
60.
when he did go to Q School in 2022, tipped in so highly to get a card, and he's showing those same flashes here, and he could be so close to qualifying through to a first
85.
Saturday night in Portsmouth.
Good to see a couple of regular players here in the chat. Scott Campbell and Niall Cullerton, both
96.
in there. Niall, good to see you last week. Scott, looking forward to seeing you soon. Robbie, who's been very active in the
69.
chat today, saying Burnett could take his laptop to the beach and watch the World Cup of Darts. Well, I can confirm
100.
without even asking him that Richie Burnett
Jimmy
definitely
McCormack,
doesn't own a
93.
laptop. Doesn't have an email address.
Does Robbie have any other questions, queries, or comments?
You carry on, Robbie. Don't let Henry put you off.
And he require 102.
102. Not going to go. So, Van Schie
74.
can take aim at tops for
Jimmy
3-2.
require 40.
Remember, Davidson is sat on a double, not just to win this match, but to send Richie Burnett through. The last chance Van Schie may have could be here, and he may have blown it.
And he requires
And Davidson
28.
now to win this game and to send Richie Burnett through. Well, we're going to see the Prince of
shot
Wales
out
on
the
Saturday
match,
night. As for
Andy
Andy Davidson, that's a big win in terms of keeping his hopes of Group B darts on Thursday and Friday evening very much alive. He moves 2 points clear of Schie McGuirk, and by doing so, sends Richie Burnett through to Saturday night's final. A 4-1 victory against Jimmy Van Schie. That's how the game panned out. And we're going to see Burnett begin, well, what's going to be a very long victory lap against Killian McCormack after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Richie Burnett is going to be into Saturday night's final. He gets a hand of congratulations by Killian McCormack. He won Group A because before the break, Andy Davidson managed to stop Jimmy Van Schie, winning by 4-1 against the Dutchman, averaging 86.5 for Burnett. The job is done, and for him, it's about becoming the first ever player to win 15 from 15. And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you here, Murph. I don't think he has any idea that nobody's won every single game in a Group A scenario.
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't know that he'd won all of his games already. It's been interesting between these two this week. It started with a little bit of needle on Monday when Burnett took umbrage with a celebration from McCormack. That was all
to throw first.
settled.
Game on.
An apology from Richie. And McCormack accepted that, but there have been moments as well where he's taken quite a lot of time retrieving his darts. I remember one game against, I think it was Jimmy Van Schie actually earlier in the week, where he almost had a dart thrown at him because he walked slowly back, but also walked straight back down the hockey rather than walking to the side and past the referee. And again, you see it is a really slow amble, and he pretty much walked straight down the line of the carpet there inside the exclusion zone. So Owen Binks may just need to have one eye on this pair. Even though it's all friendly, there might be a bit of fire.
80.
The thing is, even though now Burnett's on a procession, he's not going to be the type of player that sometimes we see players at times when they win the group maybe just relax, have a little bit of fun in games. But I don't think that's going to be the Burnett MO. I think every game's going to be the same as one another. And to be honest, Richie Burnett's just fun in any match anyway.
I don't want to predict whether he'll do it or not, but what I will say is every player in this group, including Killian McCormack, is capable of beating Richie and have shown that. And in fact, McCormack in that match I mentioned on Monday may have been put off a little bit by Richie's
60.
antics in it, and did, after that little conversation, miss 3 match darts. Could have been different. Richie could have been beaten already.
He's already having a conversation to himself at the back of the stage. Maybe he's found another ornament in the building that he's found a friend. Maybe it's that camera that you can just see to the side. Or maybe the speaker on the other side. Maybe he's mates with both speakers. I just don't know.
I wonder if it is just something he's trying to do to... He doesn't like to watch his opponent's darts, does he? But I'm assuming that the speech is sort of mimed by Burnett and not audible, but if it is audible, I'm sure that an opponent would react to it. Or certainly the referee, Owen Binks, would react to it. Is stone silence down there, so you would hear any little sound.
When you're playing PDC darts, particularly on the floor, you have to be a great mime artist because you're not allowed to make a sound. Burnett's been around that block many a time. For McCormack, it's his first time on the big stage. He's acquitted himself well, and he's looking to take out a 130 here to win leg 1. He's not going to do so, and so Burnett back for 56 for the break of throw in the opening leg.
Richie required 56.
Double 20 to get that immediate break. That becomes double 10.
36.
On the wire.
Killian required 72.
And it really did hog the wire. May just be a dart. Tops. To take a 1-0 lead into the top right-hand corner. And McCormack is 1 up.
Yeah, good start.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
You mentioned it, and some people sort of agree in the chat that Richie might not be aware that he's already qualified from this group. That might actually help him in pursuit of the perfect record, because even though it would be unintentional, we've seen it happen where players have qualified and then taken the foot off the gas. The players do have a players' marshal backstage who looks after them in the practice room, ensures they get onto stage on time, and I've just had it confirmed that the players' marshal hasn't been asked the question by Burnett if he's qualified yet or not. Maybe he doesn't even think it's possible to qualify this early, because most people would assume it's not. We saw the players' marshal earlier in the week come out to help Killian clean his blasters.
180.
Yep, always a service with a smile.
Every reason to smile there from McCormack, firing in another 180 going into today. He'd hit more than anybody in this group.
38.
Well, he's got 6 darts here to move into a 2-0 lead. Remember, Burnett really had the sway in the first leg.
84.
Now, this could be the danger zone for Richie Burnett. McCormack is looking very likely to break Burnett here. That will put him
96.
halfay to victory,
Killian
and he would have the throw in leg 3.
137.
All about not doing anything silly here.
97.
And that will do it nicely, leaving tops after 12 for the break at a 2-0 lead. I wonder whether Burnett is feeling the pressure if he does go 2-0 down, if he doesn't know, because his average here is 73, nowhere near anything that we've seen from him all week long.
61. Killian, you require 40.
There could be a number of factors for it. We mentioned the pace a little bit earlier on.
Game shot in the
McCormack
second leg.
moves into a 2-0
Killian
lead,
McCormack.
14 data as Richie Burnett has another argument with himself.
Third leg, it's Killian to throw
Well, this
first.
time he has cause to, because he's
Game
not
on.
played well in this game. Sometimes there are just
180.
no words needed.
$95.
Not happy, is he? Rubbish, he says, but Killian McCormack has been far from rubbish. He's been excellent.
Yeah, maybe the pep talk from the speaker didn't work.
60.
But McCormack's just getting on with his job, doing what he needs to do in this contest, not being distracted by the Richie Burnett show.
60.
Now, that's a YouTube channel I would subscribe to. Make sure you are subscribing to ours here at the Super Series. Plenty of content
58.
outside of the live action for you to enjoy. Subscribe. Get your notifications turned on for any new stuff dropping. And also give us that thumbs up if you like what you're watching today.
83.
I'll tell you what Richie Burnett would be great on. I'm a celebrity, get me out of here.
There's been some darts representation on that show, of course. The late, great Eric Bristow,
45.
famously on it. What's he doing now? Well, that's a question we could ask pretty much between every visit. Do you know what I'd like to see him on? Dancing on ice.
Now, Richie Burnett there looked like he was waiting for a bus, but what he has done there is left himself on a bogey, so he's allowed McCormack 6 of the 158 to move 3-0 up.
Yeah, didn't think it through there, Burnett. He hasn't looked at his score yet, so he's probably waiting for the referee to tell him he needs a checkout.
98.
Steps in. Yeah, now he looks at his score and realises he can't finish this, and his unbeaten run might be coming to an abrupt end here. And look at that, hits 2 trebles. Should have been
131.
on a finish had he just been a little bit more careful in
160.
his previous visit. But McCormack now can lead 3-0.
50.
That chance goes begging. Is that the time?
Richie require
The
32.
pendulum swung towards Burnett.
And we've seen a couple of times this week where Burnett has had his back against the wall, but then been given an opportunity, takes it, and then steals the march from there. Is it going to be another case here? But this is awkward. Well, that's the view. Well, it's not really a view at all, is it? And he cannot find a
No
way through.
score.
And McCormack comes back for a 3-0 lead.
Killian, you require 10.
Burnett waits for the inevitable.
No
But
score.
that outcome does not arrive.
Richie required 32.
So double 16 for Burnett. To get the break back and to move it back to 2-1. And the game returns to throw all of a sudden. And Burnett, in his own unique way, just trying to G himself up in the background. Just trying to get a bit of energy into proceedings.
$60.
Following this, Andy Davidson takes on Shane McGuirk in what now becomes the most significant race in this group. The battle for the top three. That's between Van Schie, Davidson and McGuirk. Burnett has already taken P1. He will not be moved, even if he loses all of his remaining matches.
If you were playing what is Richie Burnett going to do next bingo, he's having an argument now with the carpet.
$135. $100.
It's got two intriguing groups to come on Thursday and Friday. Really looking forward, particularly to the Group B that we're going to be watching later on in the week. I think there's some real good names in there. In particular, I'm looking forward to seeing how Reece Colley goes about his business. I think he's a player that's been improving for quite a while now, and I feel like he's getting close to what could be a level that's up there with the very best in the amateur game. He's won a week here. He's appearing regularly for England, his country. He's played at the Lakeside, played at big comps, won big comps, British Open champion. He's one of those players that's slowly but surely improving to a real high standard as Burnett improves to a real high standard in this leg. Cannot find the double.
Wasn't far away.
Killian required 91.
McCormack, though, will get the chance to restore that two-leg buffer. Treble 17. Found for tops.
51.
Couldn't be as accurate on the double as he was on the treble, so Burnett will have 3 clear to level up this game, a game that he could have lost by now.
Game shot the
But
fourth.
now one
Richie Burnett,
where he finds himself all square, and it becomes a race to 2.
Fifth leg, it's Killian to throw first.
Oh, wow.
Game on.
He says. Yeah, joining Reece Colley in that group, Mark Dudbridge and Charlie Large.
A larger late replacement for Daryl Fitton, who was earlier advertised, but the Dazzler could not make it in the end. One of the old guard. We do get the real mix here, don't we?
121.
The Super Series, of course. I think the most apt moment to reflect it was when the 16-year-old Luke Littler handed over his trophy to the 56-year-old Jim McEwen.
To put it in perspective, there's a 43-year age gap between the youngest and oldest ever weekly winner, Luke Littler at 16 and Johnny Haynes at 59.
45.
And we do have a few new talents coming your way in this series. Stay tuned. Tomorrow, in fact, we're going to announce one of them, an exciting player. May not be on your radar yet, but I'm sure he will be at the end of next week.
You looking forward to your debut, Murph?
I said young and exciting.
83.
Fortunately, I meet neither of those criteria.
60.
So I take it the Premier League Championship doesn't get you an invite here.
Well, it hasn't been played since I won it. I pulled up the ladder, shall we say. Kept the Knitting Kumar Cup to myself.
58. Killian, you require 156.
Right, 156 for McCormack. He's got time on his side.
$100.
On the verge of moving 3-2 up. Was 2-0 up in the contest, Killian. Burnett pulled it back to 2 apiece, but in the background, where you can see there on the Ockies, just not really been able to get a flow in this contest. And McCormack
56.
should, providing he stays straight, get a couple of darts at tops.
Oh, wow. What a mess. And now he gives it the full reaction. Because that's 2 big numbers missed. He was looking for the 16 to start with. Then having hit the single 7 by accident, he was going for a single 9. Hit the
32.
double.
Richie require 94.
In the end, leaves it handy, but he might not get a say in this leg anymore. 82 with 2 darts.
So to go treble 14 as opposed to the bullseye.
86.
And in the end, he's going to leave himself on double 4 if McCormack burns 3 darts in hand at double 12.
I have to say, there's been a lot of time in this game where darts aren't being thrown. Both players are taking an age to approach the Oki.
12.
I just wonder if that's actually hindering them and it's creating
Richie
tension.
require 8.
Just want to rattle on and chuck it in. Even Richie himself is taking his time approaching. And I just think it just adds to this build-up of tension and affects their game negatively.
Shot on the 5th leg.
But Richie has turned the
Burnett.
negative into a positive here. He was 2-0 down. He's now 3-2 up.
Well, the longest game we've ever had
Richie to throw first.
is 28 and a bit minutes. That was a match between Matt Clark and Dave Prince. This goes 3-3 and there's a few missed doubles. I'm not saying we beat that record, but I don't think it's going to be too far off. It could be a game that straggles the 25-minute mark.
Well, that's 2 players that have their process and constantly play at that pace, isn't it? What's happening here is they're getting slower and slower in approaching the Oki and almost trying to outdo each other, it seems, in that department. Not just approaching the Oki, but look at how long it's taking to retrieve the darts here. And Richie's not going to step forward until Killian's gone behind him. It's a good job it's not a game of football where the referee has to work out time added on at the end of the match.
45.
And you're going to see the total opposite in the next couple of games because Davidson, McGuirk, Mioch and Van Schie
60.
all race up and down the Oki, don't they? And getting rid of their darts and collecting them.
Well, that took 16 seconds.
$60.
But this time he's straight there. No messing around. Maybe he's realised to just get up there, chuck the darts. It might result in a better
58.
outcome. Like it was earlier in the match for Killian McCormack when he was bossing it.
I think the problem is they're now both stuck in exactly the same rut. And they cannot snap themselves out of it.
And we've seen more experienced players at the top level
140.
fall into that trap. More successful players.
$81.
But Burnett now has 6 darts of 174 to get over the line in this contest. Remember, he was 2-0 down in this game. And looks on the cusp of reeling off 4 on the spin to make it 12 and 12.
98.
He's going to leave himself on 76 to get the job done. To complete a dozen victories in this group.
44. Richie requires 76.
Well, it looked like it wouldn't happen when McCormack led the match 2-0.
56.
But Richie may be about to reel off 4 straight legs. in double slow time and make it another victory and remain on course for the perfect Group A campaign, a height that is yet to be reached here at the Super Series.
140.
Burnett has missed some doubles, so McCormack at
Richie
140 may
requires 20.
keep himself interested. But this for the match. Double 10. Up for double 5. Has a look around, sees what McCormack's on.
15.
And we'll see that he's going to come back for 90.
Killian, you require 90.
Well, the approved route here is to go for the 20s. Some players would go for the bull. Others would go for treble 18, but 20s finds a treble for double 15. Oh, that's a fantastic clean kill from Killian.
Killian McCormack.
McCormack makes it, celebrates, apologises for said celebration.
7th and final leg, it's Killian to throw first.
Richie Burnett looking like
Game on.
a football manager on the sidelines there, pondering what substitution to make.
And no fist bump.
100.
Well, that was interesting because when there were words exchanged, no, double starts not this week, Richie. When words were exchanged between the pair
100.
on Monday, it was about a celebration to 180, and it got in Richie's head. He then let it out, admitted afterwards that he shouldn't have let it out.
60.
Killian apologised for the celebration. Richie apologised for the reaction. There we saw Killian celebrate and then apologise before Richie had even been annoyed by it, just kind of trying to diffuse it, I think, before anything happened.
Well, they say in boxing styles make fights, but it's fair to say that these two don't match up well with or against. Well, I'm not saying there's any bad blood or anything like that, but they're just two styles that just don't conjoin.
However, there will be a massive motivation here for Killian McCormack. I'm sure everybody in this group wants to be the first to beat Burnett, and he's got that chance here. Remember, he did miss 3 darts against him on Monday.
60.
3 at tops.
Was it interesting there that Rich was getting a little bit annoyed and then Killian was straight towards the hockey, that almost try and stop that frustration from creeping any further?
Maybe just trying to hurry him out of the way. Just trying to find another way to get in his own rhythm again. He's going to get an opportunity here. 1 treble
100.
will give McCormack a dart
Require 108.
to defeat Richie Burnett, the undefeated Richie Burnett.
Triple 18 bull. Bullseye. And that would have been to become the first player to beat Richie Burnett. He's had 4 101 checkouts this week. He's already won a game today of a 101 checkout. If he's to preserve his perfect record, he's going to need to find it again here.
Must have a good feeling approaching it, having hit it all those times already. It'll be treble 15. Can't find it. So McCormack, having hit double 15, 2 in the previous leg, has that target again. And for the second time
30.
this week, 3 clear darts at a double to beat Burnett.
And he just nudged it over the top. Yes is the answer. And finally, Richie Burnett has been defeated. And it's Killian McCormack who is the first to claim a win against the Prince of Wales. A 4-3 success, and I think he's fairly happy about it. Well, it's not one that's going to go down in the classic archive, but it's one that Killian will remember to be the former world champion on the big stage in front of the cameras. It's a big win, big achievement for him. He beats Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Andy Davidson up against Shane McGuirk.
Welcome back to the beautiful live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Richie Burnett has already won Group A, but he has now been beaten for the first time. Killian McCormack getting the victory over the Prince of Wales in the previous match. That means the chance to be the first to go through the card on all 3 days is now off. So the only real thing left remaining is that battle for Group B, and this is a significant match in it. Jimmy Van Schie is second in the table on 12 points. Andy Davidson, having beaten Jimmy a couple of games ago, is third on the same amount of points.
It's Andy to
and
throw
behind
first.
them both, having won his first
Game
match
on.
against McCormack, is Shane McGuirk on 10 points. A win here would see a 3-way tie, but defeat here to Davidson, and then a win for Van
96.
Schie in the Dutch Derby against Jeroen Mioch would probably, Henry, mean that that race was also over as well. So for neutrals, for narrative, a McGuirk win is the order of the day here.
And the way he played in his first game, you would give him every chance. Average 92.5. Okay, missed 10 darts to the double.
180.
But he looked in finer fettle than he has done the 2 days prior. But Davidson has seemingly rediscovered his Monday form as opposed to his
96.
Tuesday form, where he had a really uncharacteristic off day.
58.
And has kicked off strong in this one.
$41. And he record 167. $60.
Well, Davidson unable to take out the 167 this time, but he did have 6 darts on there. McGuirk looking to leave himself on the 164, but
and he
unable to
required
do so. So
107.
Davidson to take out the first leg, 107. Treble 18. From there, would have left the
30.
bullseye. But of course, McGuirk not on a finish. There was not the necessity to do so.
$84. And he requires 77.
So 19s, 18, tops.
Game shot on
Nicely
the
done
first
by
leg.
Davidson at
Andy
super
Davidson.
speed. And this now does feel rapid compared to that previous encounter, doesn't it?
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first.
There's real staccato stuff from McCormack and Burnett. These two will race along.
140.
Make it up for lost time.
100.
And these are two players you sense that have got a bit of a point to prove. McGuirk's week hasn't quite gone to plan so far. He was, again, a player that a
60.
lot of people were tipping to win this group. Davidson, real strong first day. Statistically, was the best player on day one, but yesterday regressed
96.
10 points, 11 points on his average.
Coming up next, Mioch against
42.
Van Schie. And it's worth mentioning as well that Jeroen Mioch is now bottom of the table after Killian McCormack's victory against Burnett.
85. $77. $134.
Well, this has been solid stuff so far from Davidson, even himself on a 2-darter after 12, averaging just a shade under 92. For McGuirk, well, we thought
81.
maybe the
And
first
he
game was
required
signs for
86.
things to come, but he's almost regressed back to type. 7-7
Game shot
for the 86, the 2-0 lead,
Andy
and done in
Davidson.
the blink of an eye. Davidson 2 to the good.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
From what you've seen this week, Henry, so far,
60.
whoever it is that drops into Group C from this duo and Jimmy Van Schie, do you expect them to get through from it?
My honest answer is I
52.
don't know. And I say that for a couple of reasons. Is I've got question marks over every single player
140.
that would drop into Group C. Greg Richie played well the last time he was here, and I think if he plays the level he did last time on the
59.
basis of what we're seeing elsewhere, I think he stands a good chance. And Jensen Walker acquitted himself very well the last time he played here.
125.
Yeah, and got through to finals night. So I think I agree with you. I think it's going to be difficult.
180.
I think he'd be much, much more fancied in Group B.
60.
That's why winning this match could be massive for either player here. Davidson to strengthen his hold, McGuirk to keep his hopes alive.
121.
Because if he does
and he broke
find himself
160.
defeated, he's unlikely to catch Davidson. He's then hoping for Jimmy Van Schie to slip up.
80.
Well, that's not
Schie
a
require
miss by a
89.
mile. That's a miss by a millimetre.
May just be a dart of the bull here. But the treble leaves himself double 5. And
Game
finds the
shot
double
on the
5.
third
And
leg.
Davidson, who
Schie
missed a
McGuirk.
dart for a 3-0 lead, finds himself broken. The game returns to throw, back to 2-1.
Verget,
And
Schie to
McGuirk
draw
has the
first.
darts to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, decent game this so far. Number 5 of 15 brought to you today here at the Super Series. Those groups that we just
140.
mentioned will be played tomorrow and Friday, double sessions. Later start, of course. It's afternoons and evenings from
135.
here on in. 1 p.m. for the Group C action, 10 p.m. for the Group B action, then finals night on Saturday, 7:30 to see who takes the crown. We do know one finalist already. Richie Burnett
60.
will be there.
$100. $58.
Davidson just beginning to look
101.
more likely here. Had a little bit... Well, he hasn't had an off-patch. McGuirk with a decent leg in the last, but he just looks more likely to do something than Shane is right now. I say that, and McGuirk's going to hit a max, isn't he? 140 means he's going to get a crack at the 103. But under what pressure? That's unlucky. But a great recovery with
20.
dart
Schie
3 to
require
leave himself on a
103.
single to double if this isn't popped. If this isn't popped. It's going to get a dart at double 18.
85.
But cannot find.
And he required 45.
One of only 2 darts that's been missed at double in this game. But now Davidson,
Game shot on the fourth.
well, he missed one, but
Andy
again,
Davidson.
mentioned it in his previous match. If he puts one outside that double 16, it's such a good,
Fifth leg, it's
dart for
Andy
him to
throw
use.
first. Game on.
very, very big attribute in his armour.
96.
To put this into perspective, it's taken us half the time to reach 4 legs in this game than it did the last, quite literally.
100. $60.
A little bit of breaking news from the world of darts, and that is that the Welshman Gerwyn
83.
Price will not be participating in the World Cup and will be replaced by Jim Williams, who those of you who've been with us from the older days, a couple of years
93.
ago, would have seen win in Southampton on the previous live league setting, but no Price
139.
at the World Cup, and that will make Wales's price a lot bigger, won't it?
Well, also, that means that the seedings are going to be a little bit skewed. Anyway, Davidson for the match, 83. He's going to have a dart of the ball to win it. Doesn't take it. McGuirk back
Shane
for
McCormack,
tops of the
40.
break and to bring it back to 3-2 and back on throw again.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Shane
And he
McGuirk.
does do that, yeah, and that's a good point. Confirmation that under PDC rules, the draw has already been made, so
Six-legged Shane
Wales
to throw
will
first.
retain their
Game.
status as second seeds, and therefore will enter the event in Saturday's second round. Really is a big bone of contention, isn't it? Because the
80.
seedings are done on the rankings, the combined rankings of the players, and Wales will be much lower seeded. without Price
99.
as part of the pair.
Jim Williams, who
58.
back in the previous studio in Southampton actually won a Champions Week, beat Fallon Sherrock in the final of that.
Yeah, I remember commentating on it. The Quiff beat the Queen in that final. Well, the Champions Weeks then weren't as prestigious as they are now, just to clarify that. It was at the end of a 4-week cycle, wasn't it? Every 5th week was a Champions Week.
There was a third, fourth place player to determine the extra players that played
140.
in those particular Champions Weeks.
Yeah, much smaller pool of players. Now, obviously, the bigger format allows for more participation. A third of the field now made up through ADC qualifiers, of course.
And of course, back in them days, it was purely players based on invite, usually because of reputation or because of COVID, actually locality. But this is for the match for Andy Davidson, who's been a real star of the ADC in this project. 84 to complete a 4-2 victory. It put him 4 points clear of Shane McGuirk in the group.
59.
But he has missed a match dart at the bullseye. He's missed a couple of match darts at the bullseye. McGuirk looking for tops for the match, looking... Sorry, to take this match to a last leg decider.
Can he use it?
20.
Well, it might have flicked off the flight a little bit and just changed the angle of entry, diverted it away. And Andy Davidson gets the job done. A 4-2 success as he bolsters his bid to be in Group B. A super victory for the Scotsman. And Shane McGuirk, well, he's going to have to work to try and join him, seemingly, in that group. A very decent game of darts. 6 legs completed in less than 11 minutes and averages of north of 90 for both players. But it's Davidson who gets the win. Coming up next, then, it is the Dutch darting derby between Jeroen Mioch and Jimmy van Schie.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Andy Davidson get the better of Schie McGuirk by 4 legs to 2. Good quality contest that. Davidson went over average of 92.68, 50% on his doubles, and moves 4 points clear of Schie McGuirk in 4th place. Jimmy Van Schie can do exactly the same if he can get the better of Jeroen Mioch in this game. For Jimmy, so far, a 4-1 defeat to Davidson, but he can arrest that and hold the aces in that race for 3rd place in the large spot in Group B. If he can get the better of Jeroen Mioch, for which so far this week it really hasn't gone to plan. A player with immense talent, immense ability,
Jeroen to throw first.
former weekly winner.
Game on.
But hasn't quite clicked for him on the live lounge stage this time around. Playing his good friend, actually
60.
sharing a hotel room together, these two. So not just spending a lot of time together in the practice room, but actually spending a lot of time
180.
together when the darts is over. I hear a story that they were sharing a pizza last night.
140. $49.
Well, an opportunity for the Dutch to strut their stuff. Of course, we could be watching them in the football on Sunday. Chance that England could be playing the Netherlands, of course, who lost in their group, and their fans are still behind them. England support their team like the rope supports the hanging man.
Yeah, according to the supercomputers, there's still 5 teams England could face in the last 16, but
41.
according to it, 68% chance
Jimmy
the Dutch.
require 167.
From what I've seen, rather be playing them than Austria.
99. You only require 160.
I had them as a dark horse before the tournament began, and Ralph Rangnick's got that team playing for sure.
92.
This is
Jimmy
for the break of throw though for Van
68.
Schie. Both players left on 68. Double 16. 1-0 Van
shot on the
Schie.
first leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
I think
Second leg
that's
is
a little
Jimmy to
bit
throw
harsh,
first.
Robbie, in the chat there on the news that Gerwyn Price is out of the cup. Robbie's saying that replacing Gerwyn Price with Jim Williams is like
46.
replacing Iniesta with Curtis Jones.
$84.
Very, very good player, Jim Williams. They'll still be up there as one of the favourites with him in the team, but of course, replacing Price with anybody other than someone who's not Welsh basically is damaging, isn't it?
180.
People forget the talent that Jim Williams has got. Made it
57.
through to the last 16 of the World Championships not long ago. And people forget that he's a major champion in the BDO system, won the last ever incarnation of the World Trophy before the BDO
59.
then folded.
Now, I know that nobody in this country, apart from the bookmakers, actually think that England will win the Euros, but do you now
81.
think, Henry, that England will win the World Cup of Darts?
Well, I told you yesterday I thought the Welsh were my pick. Now, when something like that happens, and this is no disrespect to Jim Williams, my
60.
opinion changes. And I think there's 2 countries that benefit greatly. England, obviously, but I think now Australia come into my rear view thinking as a team that could win this tournament.
139. Jimmy
Hetter's
require
playing well.
156.
And Whitlock turns on for that tournament. Can Van Schie turn on here? Turn on the style, but he can't take out the 156. But he's going to set it up well and forces Jeroen to take out the 140.
Which he's not going to do.
84. Jimmy requires 16.
So JVS looking at 88.
Game shot on the second leg.
Finds double
Jimmy
4
Van
to
Schie.
double his lead. And it is looking like that this group is going to be settled quite early here, isn't it? Because if Van Schie
So look
wins
at
this,
Jeroen
both
to
he
throw
and Davidson
first.
would be 4 points clear of McGuirk in 4th place. And it will be looking like Burnett through, which already is, to finals night. Van Schie and Davidson in Group B. And McGuirk,
58.
McCormack and Mioch in Group C.
$100.
Couple of recommendations actually in the chat room. Everybody saying they watched the Six Nations
140.
Cup recently. That took place in Ireland over the course of the weekend. Quiet weekend in Ireland.
46.
Terry King apparently would be a great player for the Modus Super Series. Put it this way, when you play for your country at a
95.
tournament like that, you've got immense ability, that's for sure.
Well, we are going to have at least one player who played in that Six Nations Cup playing in the next couple of weeks.
85.
I will leave it there.
$81.
Got one in the commentary box not too long from now as well.
Yeah, and the one that you're talking about is scheduled to play in this
60.
series as well.
You only require 127. $67.
And watch out tomorrow for next week's players announcement, because we're going to have 2 former series champions
100.
playing
You only requires 60.
in the same group.
Tops.
Game shot.
Back to 2-1 it goes.
Jeroen Mioch.
Jeroen's trying and trying and hasn't really been able to make anything happen. But when he's been getting these types of opportunities, he has, by and large, been able to conjure
100.
up the opportunity into a leg win.
$43.
That's Jimmy's third of the match, averaging just under 95 now, and on the cusp of a 3-1 lead.
43. $45.
So Van Schie, 6 darts from 176, probably will be 9. Can he conjure on top of that? No is the answer. Will leave himself on 116 after 12.
$180. Jimmy, record 116.
Oh, great visit from Mioch.
81.
It will result in a go at the 135. Start on the ball here. And he'll hope to end on it as well. Couldn't find the
46.
required treble, so Van Schie with an opportunity
35.
to pull 2 clear.
Didn't like that first dart. Precariously close to the double free, which would be ironic because it'd be pretty much the first time he's hit it this week. Double 8.
19.
Doesn't go, and again,
Jeroen
Jeroen gets
89.
another one of these half opportunities. He's been playing on the back foot in this game, but if he finds double 16, he'll be level.
71.
But it goes into the next door
Jimmy
neighbour.
requires 16.
And so this chance to really put himself clear in this match. 2 8s for Van Schie for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
And
fourth.
he's now a leg away
Jimmy
from
Van Schie.
moving himself 4 points clear with Schie McGuirk in 4th place. Add in the fact that he's got a much better legs difference as well. It looks like we are getting ever so closer to things being settled, because Van Schie and Davidson would all be
100.
4 points clear of McGuirk in 4th place with just 6 points left to play for. McGuirk does play Mioch
140.
next. Davidson plays Killian McCormack. And Van Schie does have Richie Burnett.
100.
And McGuirk also has to play the man at the top of the table in the final round of matches, if indeed the race does go that far.
140.
Well, this game doesn't look like it's got much left in it. Van Schie potentially 6 starts away
84.
from getting over the line.
$81. $100. Jimmy require 140.
Making decent progress, but Mioch will get a look at the 117. Now, how does Jimmy find a way through there?
$60.
Wasn't a bad attempt.
Jeroen require 117.
This to save it. Tops. Magnificent
Game
for
shot on the
Mioch.
fifth leg.
And that might just be
Jeroen
the
Mioch.
spark for him. A nice sign of respect from Jimmy. These two real good pals on the
Jimmy to throw
circuit.
first. Game on.
They're in the heat of battle, but there is a real element of respect. But Van Schie does have the darts here to get the job done for 2.
60. $83. $100. $97. $140.
Just looking at what happened on this day in history.
96.
Peter Manley, a England Open winner in 1999. Eric Bristow, a
60.
Japan Grand Prix winner, beating the aforementioned Russell Stewart actually in 1988. In 2011, Gary Robson.
81.
He won the
Jimmy
England
McCormack,
Open himself.
141.
Should stick him in a group with Mioch, shouldn't we? Then it would be Robson and Jeroen.
86. Jeroen record 144.
Ironically, Jeroen's opponent here is up on the roof. This would be a roof raiser.
132.
Well, this to finally down
Jimmy
Jeroen.
require 55.
And Schie should get 2 darts at tops here. Well, goes 19. Elects to go for the double 18. And finds it and gets the better of Jeroen Mioch by 4 legs to 2. Mioch had spells in there. Nice little sign of respect from the pair. These two real good mates. Van Schie getting over the line, getting his job done, and the pair have a conversation about the game they saw. That was much better from Jeroen Mioch. 90 average. Ton plus checkout. The doubling was okay too. But Van Schie just had a little bit too much for him in the end. That brings the curtain down on the second round of fixtures for the day. We're going to kickstart round 3 with a battle of Scotland and Ireland as Andy Davidson takes on Killian McCormack.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot. Undermark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
Come on down on Saturday night if you can get to Portsmouth. Richie Burnett already there from this group. That's after winning all of his matches on the first couple of days. But Burnett has been beaten, was by Killian McCormack in his previous match, 4-3. Andy Davidson and Jimmy Van Schie then getting 4-2 wins. And that means that they are both sitting pretty in the table in second and third spots. Of course, the big advantage of that is getting through to Group B, where 3 players go through from 5. Shane McGuirk may have to make do with Group C, which is where Killian McCormack and Jeroen Mioch are heading. McCormack can help McGuirk out now if he can get the better of Andy Davidson, but I've liked what I've seen from Davidson so far today. A 4-1 win over Van Schie, followed by a 4-2 win over McGuirk. He's beaten the 2 rivals for his Group B place, and everything that we've seen so far would suggest that he's going to be tough for Killian to beat, though it should be noted that McCormack is the only player to have beaten the league winner, Richie Burnett.
Killian's been finding spells this week in big matches, but Andy has turned back on the motor on this Wednesday morning. 2 victories, 2 decent performances as well. He's Scott, who we rate very highly here at the Live Lounge, is playing towards the levels that got him a weekly win and a berth at Champions Week. Okay. Well, we've had everything now, haven't we, in terms of handshakes? It's turning into a football type scenario where they practice celebrations, don't they, on the training field, and it looks like they're doing the same with their handshakes now.
No more football, Henry. The chat rooms are distracted
59.
with that. Let's stick to the darts. I thought we might be talking about Killian quite a lot this week. Can McCormack take the headlines, do something similar to what we saw from Richard Eric Rowland last week? Similar style of player, really. Does his own thing in his own time and can be quite effective with it.
121.
And Killian has masked any hopes of Burnett making it 15 from 15 in this group.
59.
I agree with Ross's point in the chat, by the way.
180.
Saying, can't we just support them? I totally agree. But I do also get Robbie's answer. Because Robbie's not from England, so why would he?
85. And he require 141.
By the way, if you missed it earlier, we did bring you the breaking news that Gerwyn Price will not play at the World Cup of Darts. He's been replaced by Jim Williams. Price ruled out with health issues.
140. And he require 97.
Davidson, very much a Scottish star. Wouldn't be surprised to see him in a Scottish team
Game
before
shot
too
the
long.
first leg.
He breaks the
Andy
further
Davidson.
97 out to lead 1-0. I tell you what, if we did a World
Second
Cup
leg,
style
it's
event or a
Andy to
Six
throw
Nations
first.
style event here,
Game on.
Andy Davidson would get into the Scotland team. Simple as that.
Davidson and McEwen.
83.
Yeah, I think maybe the Thornton and Henderson perhaps would have one or two questions, but based on form, I think Davidson, you could perhaps argue, is the best Scottish player about a card right now,
80.
particularly who's playing here.
If you did it on selecting, I would pick Henderson and Thornton because they've done it together, the camaraderie,
81.
the prestige of that pairing. But if you were to do it on criteria, who's been the most successful at the Super Series, well, you'd probably have to go Davidson and McHugh, wouldn't you?
We've had an order of merit for performances over the
140.
last 12 months or so. McEwen and Davidson would be the top two Scottish players.
95.
No. Back to the chat. No, Robbie, I don't think Kylian Mbappe was named after Killian McCormack.
82.
Well, have a go in the chat. Look, today it looks like everything's going to be sorted, so we will
96.
engage a little bit more in the chat than we normally would. Obviously, while focusing on the errors, but should we pick Six Nations, Henry? That we could have a Super Series week. So let's go England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland,
87. And he
Northern
require
Ireland.
146.
Should we throw in the Netherlands? So we've got
Yeah.
a Dutch duo here. So they're your Six Nations. In the chat,
58.
give us
Killian require
your two-man
112.
Super Series team.
$60. And he require 88.
Andy Davidson will be doing his bidding for Scotland here. Treble 17, can't bail himself out. So McCormack
45.
will get a go at levelling the match.
Killian require 52.
12 for tops or 20 for double 16? What's the pick, Killian? Double 16. Cannot find it, so
36.
Davidson back for a 2-0
And he
lead.
require 43.
Well, it's not the worst miss in the world because it leads in double 5.
33.
But cannot find, and so McCormack to
Killian
square
requires
this
60.
contest up at one apiece, looking for double 8.
Game shot on the
Which he
second
gets
leg.
to level the
Killian
game.
McCormack.
By the way, just to clarify the rules of this little
The leg, it's
task we set
Killian
you,
to throw first.
it's players that are eligible for the Super Series now. So, for example, not players that have played but are no longer eligible. So it's not Luke Littler for England. It has to be players that are eligible in the
100.
current season.
So is this another World Cup that Luke Littler can't play for England in?
Yeah.
By the way, we've missed a big name for Scotland.
140.
Andy Bolton,
True.
who, if we're going by, if we had an order of merit, would be number 1 seed for Scotland.
Well, you tell us yours in the chat. England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, Northern Ireland and the
81.
Netherlands are the Six Nations. Henry and I will write ours down.
140.
And we'll see if one of our boffins backstage can actually have a look through the statistics and see who would be in the teams based on success here at the Super Series, based on
83.
performances.
100.
I'm sure there's one or two people with a bit of time on their hands to do that. And hopefully you've got some time on your hands to do it at home. Do get in touch. Davidson looking for the break to move 2-1 up. He's going to get a poke at the 1-2-1. McCormack standing, as you can see, they're really off
and it requires
to the left-hand side. Shuffling even further across. Davidson looking for double 14 for 1-2-1 and a 2-1 lead.
Davidson.
He gets the break as well. He is beginning to turn on the Monday style.
Game on. $81. $137.
Showing that he's not going to roll over.
134. $85. $135.
Well, Davidson's already reeled off the 1-2-1. Can he add the 1-5-1 to the list?
And he record 151. $59. Killian require 156.
Another one of them. Would have left in double 18. Not going to go. But he's going to set himself up to leave double 8 after 12. And the Davidson throw all of a sudden is under all sorts of attack. Double-double doesn't quite go. And so McCormack is back for 2 apiece. He can pin double 8.
Game shot the full flag.
All square in this one.
McCormack.
A few suggestions in the chat for the little Six Nations mock-up that we are talking about now. We can do other teams another time. And there are some people with players' names in the chat offering players. I'm not sure whether they're real people or not, so drop us a private text if you are a player and you are in the chat. Otherwise, I'm not going to read the messages out just in case it's not them.
$140.
Someone said Mike Warburton and Daryl Pilgrim. Not sure what team that is.
Is that team? Is that Team Mixed Nation? Is that like at the Olympics where you've got teams under the neutral banner?
The Scotland one, I think, is one of the ones that's proving quite hard to pick.
96.
I think they seem to have the most successful players, to be honest, or the most informed players. Have you got yours yet, Henry?
I've got my England team, Scotland team, Northern Ireland Republic team, and I think I've got my Dutch team. I need to think up a Welsh duo.
I've got my Welsh. I'm just missing one player from Northern Ireland.
125.
Yeah, the Welsh one's the one I've actually found a bit more difficult.
45. Killian, you require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg. Killian
Maybe
McCormack.
McCormack's putting himself in the picture. Might be after another scalp here.
6th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Now, I haven't included him in this team because of if it was played now, but if he's 100% fit, Steve West is 100% in my England team. But if we're playing it tomorrow, then I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not taking an injured player to a tournament.
What kind of England manager would do that, Murph?
Do you want to do some revealing then?
Go on then, I've got 5 of my 6 teams. I have not picked a Welsh side yet.
Okay, let's go England. What have you got for England?
I've gone Cam Crabtree and Tom Sykes.
So I've gone Tom Sykes, but I've put him with Scott Taylor. And the stats say that it's Pilgrim and Taylor. So we've both gone for form with Tom Sykes. Obviously, the success of Scott Taylor here was enough for me to put him in the team. We may be returning to this during the next game, because this game could be finishing, and we should give Killian McCormack the full billing here for what he's producing. What he's producing is a fantastic performance.
And he required 158. $41. Killian, you require 8.
For the match, for the win. Double 4, now double 2.
4.
But it isn't quite over this contest just yet, and we could have a final leg if Davidson can pin the 117. Tops to do exactly that, and it would have been his second on top of the match. A match that could now be over. McCormack looking at 2-2s for 2 points and a 4-2 win. He gets the better of Andy Davidson. He's now beaten 2 of the top 3 so far today. Is Killian McCormack. He was the first player to depose of Richie Burnett, and now he's beaten Andy Davidson. A 4-2 win for the Irishman. Game played in a good spirit. 2 players who obviously get along with one another in the practice room. That's the tale of the tape. Good performance that from Killian to beat Davidson 4-2. Coming up next is Richie Burnett up against Jimmy Van Schie.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
and he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Killian and McCormack got the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2, having just a shade under 92 in the contest, 4 from 12 on his doubles. He's now beaten 2 of the top 3 in the group. The man sat in second is Jimmy Van Schie. He takes on the man at the top,
Richie Burnett, the top two in the group, going toe-to-toe. Richie Burnett guaranteed a safe passage through to Saturday night's final, whilst Jimmy Van Schie can move himself temporarily 6 points clear of Shane McGuirk at the top, the second place of the table, and trying to get that spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
Well, never mind that. Let's get back to the Six Nations. So before the break, Henry and I both told you our England teams. I'd picked Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes. Henry had picked
Cam Crabtree and Tom Sykes.
And the Super Series computer said Scott Taylor and Daryl Pilgrim were the selections based on statistics here. Now,
98.
I'm going to go Dutch next. My Dutch team definitely won't be supported by the Super Series computer because I've gone for form elsewhere, and I've gone for Danny Jansen and Christian Kist.
60.
So I've gone with Danny Jansen based on the fact that he looks like he's probably going to win a tour card through either the Challenge or Development Tour. And actually, the 1 week he did play here was probably in the best week in terms of quality we've had in 2024
31.
in terms of qualifying week. I've gone him and Jimmy Van Schie for a couple of factors. A, he's won a week here recently, and I think B, you've got to add the team dynamic. I think Jimmy Van Schie would be a very good teammate for somebody, and I think them two would complement each other well.
Interestingly, neither of us have got
56.
The statistically best players from the Netherlands here at the Super Series. That's Morena Michels and Barry Van Peer.
Although Van Peer, of course, wouldn't be eligible to play in the event as a tour card holder.
Now, yeah. So the computer gets it wrong. But yeah, interesting. Also saying Van Schie. Well done, Henry, because that makes it relevant to this match, doesn't it?
140.
And also, Team Wales might do that. Treble 15. Does Burnett make your Team Wales?
90.
Not right now, but I tell you what, it could change very quickly. The only reason I haven't is because it's his debut this week.
100.
Well,
Richie, you require
51. Do our
51.
Wales teams in the next leg, as this Welshman looks to win this leg on tops. In tops,
on the first leg.
in front,
Richie
Burnett, who has been beaten finally. He's looking to return to winning ways.
Second leg, it's Jimmy.
Yeah, just for clarity, by the way, if we take out Van Peer from the statistics, then Bradley Roos would be the next best eligible Dutchman. So Henry says Van Schie
100.
And Jansen.
And Jansen. I say Jansen and Kist. Computer says Michels and Roos. Wales then, I have gone Burnett, and maybe with a little bit of recency bias, I've gone Richard Eric Rowlands as well.
So I've gone Justin Smith and Mike Warburton.
60.
And I think there'll be two real solid campaigners.
And I think they'll be high up on that computer as well.
See, the computer agrees with me. Like, one thing you should never do in life, Murph, is disagree with a computer and the stats. The stats say it all.
44.
I said Barry Van Peer for the Dutch team. He's not even eligible. But yeah, Henry is backed up by the statistics on this occasion.
125.
Of course, not much of a sample size for the two that I went for. But yeah, I would easily, but I would keep Richie indefinitely and easily rotate Smith or Warburton in for Rowlands.
60.
Just the win that did it for me. So there are three of our teams.
140.
Let's hold back the next three. So we've got Scotland. We'll do that in the next game, along with the two from the island of Ireland.
140. Jimmy records 76.
2 8s to square up. That is awkward. It dips below. I'll be surprised if he's got any view of that.
60.
And cannot find a way
you
through.
require 157.
So Burnett 157 for the breaker foe and a 2-0 lead to continue the winning train.
Treble 19. Not found. Leonard says, don't forget Meulenkamp, the Netherlands. Good shout.
97. Jimmy requires 16.
This man showcasing what he can do once again. Double 2. And the Dutch
Game shot on
darter
the
finds
second
it
leg. Jimmy
to
Van
level
Schie.
up with the Welshman.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
By the way, is it interesting that we've not actually picked the England captain in our teams?
Yeah, interesting, but understandable.
43. $85. $100. $83.
Burnett trying to work his way around a bad dart, finds a good one. And another one.
121. $134.
So far, this has been a decent contest, just about the fireworks truly being lit. It's been a good game which has a potential to turn into a great game.
55. $137.
Well, that 137 for Van Schie gives himself the break chance. He's going to come back for 62 to take a 2-1 lead in this contest, showing why he would be a Dutch representative at the Super Series 6 Nations.
Jimmy requires 62.
Go on, Jimmy, prove yourself.
$30.
Bring in Christian Kist.
Richie require 82.
Went for the bull, but it's hit one of the worst possible targets. Options here. Might go for treble 13 with Van Schie waiting on a double. Couldn't find it, so Jimmy will come back.
It's the wise play with 2 darts in hand, but not with 3 darts
Jimmy
in hand.
require 32.
And Schie comes back for 32 for a 2-1 lead. Hasn't had fun around this side of the board so far today. And has to move across again. We saw the other day he had to move pretty much across the oche towards the wall. He may move the other side of the oche towards the wall. We don't know where he's going to go.
Well, we showed you the camera angle of what he can see. Well, kind of what he can see.
No score.
What he can really see is a tiny little dartboard, like he's looking at it from outer space. Richie Burnett sees the funny side. Not sure how welcome that really was, but Jimmy is the ultimate sort of professional. Go and laugh at him, Jimmy. He's not laughing now, is he?
$35. Jimmy require 32.
So, eventually, to get this leg done.
Game shot the
Well, Jimmy
third
Van
leg.
Schie saying,
Jimmy
you all
Van
laughed
Schie.
at me. But look who's laughing now. It's definitely not Richie.
Fourth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Looks like he's
Game
waiting
on.
for a delayed train.
$180.
All aboard the maximum train. Afforded himself a wry smile there, Burnett.
24.
He will not be happy with that return.
And Van Schie is continuing upon his perfect par. 5 perfect in that leg. He's put himself in a great position. He's streets in front in this leg to move himself 3-1 to the good.
95.
And this would be potentially back-to-back defeats for Burnett. And remember, he'd won each of his first 11 in this group.
128.
We were talking about him potentially becoming the first player to win 15 games in a group. We were then talking about him possibly joining the 28-point club. It may not even be a case of that.
81. Jimmy
Because
54.
Jimmy Van Schie has found something here, and Burnett's just a bit off the pace. Double 18
Game
for
shot
an
of
11
forfeit.
darter.
Jimmy Van
Schie's 3-1 to the good, and Burnett has got it all to do.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Well, there's the winning streak going to be followed by a losing streak. Van Schie has got Richie staring down the barrel of a second straight loss.
59.
I know you're all at the edge of your seats waiting for us to declare our teams for Scotland, Ireland and Northern Ireland. We'll do that during the next game. A few comments in the chat. People are putting in teams for USA and Canada, and they're like they didn't quite get the assignment.
$80.
A hop, a skip, and a max for Burnett.
Peterson and Adams for South Africa. Leonard, I refer you to my earlier statement.
However, anytime we get to see Simon Adams on that stage is greatly appreciated.
And we will, of course, have an African qualifier in week 12 of this series for the first time. Great partnership with the ADG, the African Darts Group.
125. Richie require 81.
Well, we saw an 11 from Van Schie in the previous leg. Burnett looking for a potential 14 dart if he can find double 18. Indeed he can, back to 3-2. And he forces Van Schie here to serve it out.
Sixth leg, it's Jimmy to
Much
throw
better
first.
leg that from Richie, who was just going off the boil a little bit for a couple of legs.
$45.
The aforementioned Simon Adams, of course, will be appearing in this series as well. We're going to see him again.
59.
And he's very happy about it, and we're very happy to have him.
Does some great work as well in promoting the sport back home and trying to give opportunities, particularly to young people. He feels as if his duty is, as much as he wants to enjoy the sport himself, but he feels like he has a bigger duty to ensure the next generation of players get the best opportunities possible. And
140.
he's trying to create those pathways for others. And it was something that you did a sit-down interview, didn't you, with Simon? That was one of the things he was very insistent about.
Yeah, worth delving through the YouTube channel after the show to see that great chat. Infectious character, Simon Adams. Always a smile and a polite word for everyone. As he would say, check it out.
45. $140.
Now, Van Schie on the cusp here of condemning Burnett to a second consecutive defeat in this group. Good performance this, average just under 95.
59.
And it would consolidate second place to him. It would put him 6 clear of Shane McGuirk temporarily. And he has 6 on the 76 to get the job done. And again, that side of the ball being awkward for him. And
60.
cannot find the double 8.
But he's got plenty of breathing space here, Richie Burnett. Despite a slight improvement from his previous game, hasn't hit the heights that he did in the previous couple of days.
100.
And Van Schie,
He requires 60.
with a very good performance, can get a deserved victory here. And there it is. 4-2 for the
Jimmy
Dutchman.
Van Schie.
Burnett suffers a brace of defeats back-to-back after winning his previous 11 matches. It's now Van Schie who cuts him down to size. A 4-2 success, an average of 92.93. Decent stuff from the Dutchman, and he looks set now for Group B. Schie McGuirk still trying to force his way in, but it is a tough task. He takes on Jeroen Mioch after the break. The action continues here at the Modus Super Series, where Schie McGuirk and Jeroen Mioch are about to do battle for the third time this week. McGuirk looking to try and force his way into Group B. It's a tough task now, and if he loses this game, well, it will be almost impossible. In fact, if he is beaten here by Mioch, then his Dutch compatriot, Jimmy Van Schie, will be confirmed as a Group B participant, and Andy Davidson could join him if he can be the third player to beat Richie Burnett, who is now not going to match that record that McGuirk shares with three other players of winning 14 out of 15 in this group.
Yeah, Jeroen Mioch here can do his mate a real big favour. And there was actually signs for Jeroen in that last game that things were just on the up, average in excess of 90, took out that 117 checkout. Shane started off well, but it's just regressed a little bit. Again, average above 90 in the last one, but we're really waiting for him to really light the spark this week.
60.
Well, I know you've all been waiting for us to reveal our remaining Six Nations team. So we've done England, Wales and the Netherlands. Well, Schie McGuirk's on the stage. Let's start with Ireland, shall we?
Schie McGuirk is in my team alongside Conor Heenahan.
And for the first time,
57.
Our teams match up. I've gone the same. Although I think that John O'Shea might be slightly aggrieved.
Kieran Teague could probably feel a little bit hard done by as well.
100.
Well, we'll do Northern Ireland after this leg.
25. Shane McCormack,
Which could be after this shot. I need to find out what the stats say as well.
88.
Well, the stats are going to say that's a missed start to win leg 1 for Schie McGuirk. Is this
60.
the same stats book that
Shane
had
McCormack,
an
60.
ineligible player playing for Holland?
I'm more concerned that it agreed with you.
12.
Oh, these doubles aren't agreeing with Shane at the moment.
Well, I don't think it's so much the technology. I think it's the person controlling the technology.
Oh, I know him and he never agrees with you.
130.
I think Mioch thought about that
Shane
for a
McCormack,
moment.
4.
He thought about going for the 180. Thought better of it in the end.
Game shot in the first leg.
And McGuirk
Shane
finally
McGuirk.
crosses the line.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on. $60.
So for Republic of Ireland, we both went Heenahan and McGuirk. The stats say, Super Series stats that is, Heenahan and Tian.
66.
Tian just edging O'Shea. So we've gone for Shane. Do you think we're being biased because he's in front of us right now? Or
57.
do you think it's a close run thing between all three of those players?
Well, Tian obviously would get him because he's won 2 weeks here. McGuirk, probably, we were mentioning this yesterday, probably one of the best players to not win a week here. He lost the final to Steve West, the
140.
final which he could have beaten Steve in. He's made a couple of semi-finals. And, of course, he won the Irish Open last year. And, obviously,
61.
the stats, obviously, the computer's coming up with is based on this tournament, but I think Shane's shown enough elsewhere as well to prove his spot. Where Conor Heenahan probably is based more on here than elsewhere.
85.
I think that would be a fair assessment to be made of him.
Well, if you're wondering what on earth we're talking about, because most things are settled in this group, we're having a little bit
60.
of fun as it's European Championships in football, World Cup of Darts going on. We've picked 6 nations, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland and Northern Ireland, plus the Netherlands, and we are giving you our
64.
2-man Super Series team for each one. So 4 down, 2 to go.
79. Shane McCoy, 146.
Could be 2 down, 2 to go for Schie McGuirk here. If he can find the 146. Beautifully found. Double 16. Oh, it's
Game
superb
shot
from
the
Schie
second
McGuirk,
leg.
who goes
Schie
berserk
McGuirk.
by pinning the 146. And that could be a poisoned
Then I
arrow
get
to the
Shane
dart
to
of
throw
Jeroen
first.
Mioch.
Game on.
2-zip with that fantastic finish.
60.
And that brings us to Team Northern Ireland, Henry.
58.
I think we're both going to go for Neil Duff. Is that fair?
Yeah. I think you couldn't not include him.
Now, I've partnered him with a player we haven't seen at the Super Series, which might be controversial. We have seen him
76.
in the Live League before we moved to the Live Lounge, and that's Kevin Burnett.
99.
Well, I've gone Colin McGarry for the other Northern Ireland spot. World Seniors finalist. Played a K last time he was here.
125.
I know that the statistics computer is not going to say Kevin Burnett because there are no statistics to back him up, but Neil Duff, I'm sure,
39.
will be part of that team. But the one that we might have overlooked, Henry, is the second player in that team, Chris Gilliland.
Who is one of Northern Ireland's most capped players and was a big part of their Six Nations campaign last weekend.
So that only leaves one, and it's the one I'm the most interested in. It's Scotland.
126.
And what I'm going to do is suggest we do it in the next game because we've got a Scotsman on the stage.
$60.
And I think this was the toughest nation to come up with an answer for, I really do. because there's so many players that could have stated a
34.
case, and
Shane
I think this is the one I'm going to get the most
140.
stick for. 140 for McGuirk on the back of the 146. Mioch shakes his head at the back of the stage.
75.
He is going to get a poke, but it's
145.
going to be at 145. And he can't find it, so McGuirk will be back for 3-0.
87. Shane requires 65.
There are options on this. Most players will go for a 25. But that's the problem.
61.
Not cleaned up. Mioch
Shane requires 58.
returns.
$38.
But Mioch spurns a couple of
require
opportunities at a double, and McGuirk will come back for double 2 for 3-0.
Game
No
shot in
mistake.
the third leg. Shane McGuirk.
3-0 to Shane McGuirk. It's a contest which had one bright spark, but
Fourth leg, it's Jeroen
apart
to
from
throw
that,
first.
hasn't really delivered much.
$60.
Coming next, Andy Davidson, Richie Burnett. Then Mioch takes on
83.
McCormack. Van Schie against McGuirk.
$47. $96.
Keep giving us your suggestions for Team Scotland. Henry, you can't change yours now.
83.
The pen goes down. I'm making him stick to it. I haven't heard it yet either, by the way. I'm looking forward to this.
94.
I'm going to log off Twitter for the rest of the day.
134.
What have you got, Les Wallace?
$58.
I've done it based on Super Series form. It's all I'm going to say.
Well, can Shane McGuirk show
Shane
something super?
170.
Very much a victory he needs this. And it's one he might get.
96. Jeroen
But
requires
his progress
62.
could be delayed. If Mioch hits double 16, he
30.
can't. So a chance for the whitewash.
Shane requires 74.
2 in hand, a double 16 for a
Game
4-0
shot of
victory.
the match.
Comprehensive in the end
Shane
from
McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk. Wasn't a classy performance, but he did have the highlight 146 in there. And Shane McGuirk keeps himself in the running for a spot in Group B. He's not happy with the display, but he'll be happy with the points on the board. Andy Davidson and Richie Burnett go toe-to-toe next. Remember, Burnett is on a 2-game losing streak. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the break. Schie McGuirk rounded off the third round of fixtures of a 4-0 victory against Jeroen Mioch. Next up for us, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and I get the sense it's going to be quite good as Richie Burnett takes on Andy Davidson. Davidson is playing more like the player we saw on Monday as opposed to yesterday. But Richie Burnett is on a 2-game losing streak here. He was 11 from 11 in Group A when he beat Jeroen Mioch by 4-2 in his opening match of the day. But since then, we have seen him lose a couple of times, and now is
first leg, it's Andy to throw
against
first.
Davidson, who is bang in
Game
form.
on.
And if he can win this match, he will move himself on to 16 points for clear of Schie McGuirk. And
59.
McGuirk would only have 4 more points left to play for.
Perfect start from Burnett. Perfect dart from Burnett. Perfect visit from Burnett.
180. $78.
Not going to carry it on, so we can, Henry. We can put everyone out of their misery, can we?
41.
Who is your Scotland pairing for this mythical Six Nations tournament at the Modus Super Series?
So I've done this. Now, I thought the rules were based solely on
100.
form here.
Okay, well, that wasn't specified, and there aren't really any rules, but go on.
So I've gone.
You pick your team how you want to pick your team. Don't blame it on some imaginary rules.
I don't know what the rules are. Anyway, my Scotland team are the 2 Andys,
80.
Davidson and Bolton.
Okay, mine's not that. I've gone for Jim
83.
McEwen and John Henderson. I'm probably inclined to think that the stats will say Bolton. And the stats are a mix of our teams, Bolton and McEwen.
45.
Well, Bolton statistically is the even though McEwen's won a series statistically.
You didn't fancy him.
No, statistically, Bolton's the best Scottish player we've had here.
155.
Well, you've gone for Andy Davidson as well. I think my team's better than yours. Let us know what you think in the chat.
83. Andy
Silly
require
game anyway.
121.
1-2-1 for Davidson. He's already taken this out today. He did so this way. And he almost did so again.
102.
If you are going to answer which team you prefer,
Richie
just
requires
type
72.
I prefer Chris or I prefer Henry. I'll send that to the producers. Not for the first time in the last couple of games. Burnett has gone wayward on finishes. He has found what he meant to there, and he's found what he meant to there.
Richie Burnett.
A super rescue from Richie. Burnett bedding the bull.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I've never seen anybody, not just on a dart stage, just in life, consistently fall over things that don't exist. He
97.
keeps tripping up on nothing, Richie Burnett. Yes, Murph.
40.
There we go. Thank you very much, Elaine.
$140.
Just to address one little discussion in the chat, Neil says about adverts during games. Someone else then
45.
replies, Chris will tell you to avoid adverts, go to YouTube Premium. I won't, because you've done it for me. Thank you for that. Oh, we got a controversial reply on Andy Bolton. Statistically,
60.
the best Scotsman here at the Super Series, but Elaine points out, Henry, he's from Stoke.
However,
100.
what country is under his name strap?
Well, I'll give you it. I'll give you Bolton. I'm just not having you leave out Jim
60.
McEwen.
That's the same reason that Declan Rice should be playing for the Republic of Ireland.
85. Richie require 144.
Another one of them. Double 12. Oh, unlucky.
120.
It's also worth mentioning, as it has been pointed out in the chat, that Kevin Burnett's born in Wales. has represented Northern Ireland in his darting career, but maybe I need to rethink that one as well and put Gilliland in.
Games on the second leg. Richie
This Welshman, though, is doing a good job on this Scotsman. Well, that brings an end to our discussion on the Six Nations.
The leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
All I'm going to say is if I can't have Andy Bolton for Scotland, then no one can have Paul Nicholson for Australia.
83.
I don't think he'd even put him in his own team these days.
$36.
Well, is Richie returning to winning ways here?
50.
And actually, in typical Richie Burnett fashion, he's doing it against a player he was least likely to do it against. Because Davidson had a very
45.
strong start to the day. But on the quiet, this is a very, very good result so far for a certain Schie McGuirk.
43.
Just keeps things a little bit interesting. However, McGuirk does have to play Burnett in the last game. Prior to that, he has Jimmy Van Schie, so he's actually got the top two to play in his last two matches. As Andy Davidson ends his campaign
99.
against Jeroen Mioch.
What other fun things can we come up with today, Henry? Anagrams?
140. $125. Richie require 157.
157 for Burnett. Isn't going to go. Davidson looking to take out the Burnett finish this week. The 101 to pull this contest back to 2-1.
91. And he require 101.
Burnett will come back then.
57. Richie requires 66.
$16. And tops. Doesn't go. It's a Davidson.
And he required 44.
Gets a reprieve. And he's going to get a couple of double 16. Not fully sure about dart 2.
28.
And then goes far across and then
Richie
far wide with dart
40.
3. And so this is for the double break. Double 10 for the double break.
20.
Burnett passes another free opportunity
and he
by.
requires 16.
Double 4, Burnett shakes his
Games on
head.
the third leg. Andy
Davidson does the business.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $96.
I do appreciate all the comments in the chat, but Robbie, you need to calm down a little bit. You'll get yourself a repetitive strain injury, mate.
100. $41.
Can you give Emily Edwards a shout out? She's off school with her dad, watching Richie Burnett. Well, I have just done that.
57.
Enjoy the arrows. Big up Burnett and Team Wales. And full credit to your dad to let you stay off school to watch the Modus Super Series. Fair play. Right on a 180 as well.
This ain't a bad shout in the chat.
42.
One final comment on the Team Wales. Burnett and David Davies. David played some good stuff here.
They've had a few decent Welsh players. Mike Gillett, of course, has won a week here, as has Ryan O'Sullivan.
58.
The Women's Week champion, who we will
Richie
see at the
Require,
Super Series
124.
in the main competition.
Going for it.
87.
Not really normally his style, that. So it just suggests that Burnett's trying to find something to reignite the spark that he had the last couple of days.
122. Richie Require 37.
It's just felt a little bit more laboured today for Richie, hasn't it? Double 16 for a 3-1 lead.
Game
Burnett
on the fourth
2
leg.
clear and 1
Richie
away
Burnett.
from the victory post. Davidson with it all to do. He only has to break Burnett once.
Fifth
That's the
leg, it's
only
Andy
good
to
thing
throw
about this
first.
situation.
Game.
But against a man of this stature and this quality, it is a big task. As Richie Burnett enters a state of zen in
70.
the background.
It's an emotional roller coaster watching Richie Burnett, isn't it?
$140. $100.
There must be players thankful that the exclusion zone exists just for the fact of playing Richie Burnett.
Yeah, well, it was put into place actually to stop the player behind kicking the one at the hockey. Burnett does it the other way around.
57.
And I'll be funny, you think about a smaller stage, particularly Lakeside, where we've both graced, we've both been on that stage, so we know how small it is, and there's literally there's no room to move on that stage.
Just to clarify, we didn't qualify.
180.
Well, he really has found his feet again. Found that firepower.
99. Richie Require 124.
And I reckon he might take this out to finish the game. 54. He's not going to, so we might see some
42.
champagne sprayed around here.
And he
Bull
Require
32.
132.
Would have been an oasis of excellence.
43.
But for Burnett,
33. Richie Require 82.
he's hoping it's champagne super over.
Looks like he wants it to be over. Puff of the cheeks. A perfectly pitched dart in the bullseye. Owen Binks, the referee, confirms its location. And Richie Burnett confirms the victory.
Richie Burnett.
It's a 4-1 success for Burnett, who returns to the winner's enclosure in what could be a damaging defeat for Andy Davidson. Richie Burnett all smiles now as he leaves the stage, losing 2 games but now back to winning ways. Davidson, though, now looking over his shoulder at Shane McGuirk, who's going to take on Jimmy Van Schie in a couple of games' time. But before that, it's Mioch McCormack.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Over before the break, we saw Richie Burnett get back to winning ways, beating Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, we're going to see the bottom two go toe-to-toe as Killian McCormack takes on Jeroen Mioch, a battle of the Republic of Ireland and Netherlands. And unfortunately for these two, neither of them are in our Six Nations teams, although apparently there's some controversial picks in there anyway. Well, as far as their days are concerned, Killian has actually got the better of Richie Burnett. He was the first player to depose of him, and then he beat Andy Davidson thereafter. He played some good stuff today. Jeroen has shown signs of his best, but has been unable to put points on the board, which is why he sat bottom of the table. And even with a win in this particular match, because of the legs difference gap, he'd be unable to leapfrog Killian. Loses this game, we can confirm Killian will finish 5th and Jeroen will finish 6th. And there is a bit of a difference between those positions. In terms of a monetary award, financially more prize money for every single position in a group, 45. But also where players are then sat for the rest of the week, because the players that find themselves in 5th and 6th will get a different side of the draw in Group C. So the player who finishes bottom of the pile has to play first and last on both days of a Group C. 2 long shifts that you don't really want to have.
Not been the day, has it, for Jeroen Mioch so far? Not showing anything like that form that he did when he won his week here.
97.
3 matches, 3 defeats. In fact, everybody else has won at least 2. Or has won exactly 2, 58. I should say.
And just go back to that point. So, based on your position, based on how your schedule of matches go across, if you finish 4th, you get the shortest day. So you get to play 3rd, and then you're the first to finish in a day. 55. Both days. So you get that kind of advantage if you finish 4th.
It'd be interesting to know what the players think about the schedule. I've been aware that one player once complained 43. About being first and last. But some might prefer that. Some might prefer the scenario that you just said, Henry, where you've got the shorter day.
Same as in Group B, where the 3rd place player in Group A will have to play first and last, and the 2nd place player in Group A will get to play 2nd and then finish just slightly earlier.
$99.
I won't ask our backstage crew to work out the stats on that. It's not in the 14, which means this dart is a set-up dart, not one for the leg.
44.
Well, he's done asking
96.
Owen Binks for 5 small ones and 1 large number. And now Mioch looking to complete this conundrum, which he does perfectly.
Jeroen Mioch.
Glimpses
Second leg, it's Killian
beginning to be found by Jeroen.
$140.
Be intriguing to hear. Obviously, we're not players, Murph, so we wouldn't have the expert detail in terms of premiering champion.
No, we both have been on the Lakeside stage.
Well, yes.
Reference in the previous match. Been on the Super Series stage as well, many times.
Actually, I'm the only person to have never lost a game on the Super Series stage.
No, you're not.
42.
But Brian Blessed.
Nice to see you're treating facetious with facetious.
96.
But it'd be interesting to hear actually from a player's perspective, what would be their perfect day? Would they like to play first and last, or would they like something where they just got a little bit of a break between games, or whether they like to be on, off, on, off, on, off.
I imagine it's slightly less significant here because the games are such a short format, and the fact that they all
66.
have to arrive at a certain time anyway. They've got to be here an hour and a half before play gets underway.
139.
And often are involved in some on-stage practice in the form of our many darts challenges, which you can watch on the YouTube channel at the end of today. A bit of fun after the serious stuff is over.
Killian required 40.
McCormack has produced some serious stuff over the last couple of days, and he might well be a dark horse for that Group C.
Game shot on the second leg.
As
Killian
evidence
McCormack.
there.
Third leg against Jeroen to throw first. $57. $85.
I've actually just had a
96.
Just had a text message, Murph, from a player that's watching this broadcast, and they said it just depends on the feel of the day, and sometimes just how they wake up as to how the mindset would be.
85.
Funny, I got that text message as well. I think the answer really is if you're playing well, you don't really care. If you win all your games, then you had the perfect schedule. If you lose all your games, it was the organiser's fault.
140.
The best schedule, of course, on Thursday and Friday is not playing at all. It means you've won Group A and are through to Saturday
58.
without passing go or collecting the 200 quid, although you do collect a bit more than that. Now, is this a time that we start to see some flamboyance? Is Jeroen Mioch in the mood? I don't think he'd be confident enough to go for 3 bullseyes. That's my assessment.
140. Jeroen require 150.
Let's see. No, goes conventional. And actually, I think it's the right play in the respect that because he's trying to work something in.
51.
I think if he goes for something flamboyant and it doesn't pay off, it could actually do more damage than it does good.
11. Jeroen require 60.
2-1.
Having to move a long way out of position, but he's
on
got
the
it
third
exactly
leg.
right there,
Jeroen
Jeroen Mioch. There is, as Henry referenced earlier, a slight financial advantage in group position, and that's in every group as well. So this pair are battling it out for 5th and 6th spots.
95.
Big incentive for the players. Richie Burnett actually
60.
claims double the prize money of the player who finishes second for winning Group A. That's the incentive for the players at the beginning of the week.
Yeah, of course, it was only fair that the Group A winner isn't in any way punished for winning Group A, so they get the maximum amount of money, and of course could add to it on Saturday. If you've never been here on Saturday, do come along. Tickets are available via that QR code. Get your smart device out. If you're watching on your smartphone, it's dartshop.tv. Place to go for just a small £2 booking fee. And not only will you see Richie Burnett, and that's entertaining in of itself, but you get an experience that you don't really get at many, if any, other sporting events, where you kind of get to rub shoulders with the players, up close and personal, intimate
138.
sporting entertainment. Pretty much a VIP treatment.
58.
Well, this could be a VIV, a very important visit for McCormack. He's got 6 on 76. to square this contest up at 2-2.
$36.
In the end, he tees up tops. I'm starting to think we might see Killian on Saturday as well, you know, because he is getting better results day by day.
Killian, you require 40.
He will be in with a chance in Group C.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Killian McCormack.
2-2 it is.
Fifth leg, it's Jeroen.
Well, if this is the shirt that Killian's wearing now, imagine what he could be wearing on Saturday night.
100.
I've had a comment in the chat room
100.
to bring in John Michael on a week with the likes of Killian and Richard. Oh, that would be fireworks, wouldn't it?
Can you remember when we used to regularly ask the chat room what specials weeks they would like? Is that a vote for Fist Bump Week? So it'd be John Michael, Killian McCormack, Peter Hudson.
95.
Martin Thomas, because he walked away from you. Owen Bates, if he was available, because he declined your fist bump, didn't he, or handshake?
Yep, don't need to be reminded of that again.
And Matthew Edgar, because he says, and I want to see evidence of this, but he says that he's not interested in a fist bump
44.
at the end of a match. So I want to see him ignore them all.
$134.
Mioch 164.
140.
3-2 lead. He may have to take it out with
164.
Killian on 1-2-2. He's not going to take it out.
64.
Someone offered me the fist bump before the last leg. I'd go paper and win. Will McCormack win this leg? He might do on the ball.
97.
Wasn't far away, was it?
Trying to require 100. $45.
Well, that was a little bit of a
25.
petulant last start, I would say. Just chucked it.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
Sign of maybe chucking in the
Killian
towel, and
McCormack.
McCormack feasted on that negativity.
Sixth leg, it's Killian.
That's what we could do with Killian on the
Game
stage
on.
wearing this summery shirt. Is open the chat. What's your favourite Super Series shirt? This does feel very local radio, doesn't it, today?
Let's say hi to Pat from
59.
from Sudbury.
Any birthdays? Get them in.
$120.
I mean, I've got to be up there with Sam, haven't I?
No,
61.
favourite shirt, I said, Henry. Favourite. Not sackable offences.
There's one or two in the summer wardrobe which might be a bit contentious.
41.
Well, this pair are going to duke it out a couple more times this week, so this one is
96.
for bragging rights.
$84.
We've got our first entry in the chat room. Peter says the Muffin Man for best
97.
shirt. Steve Hine. Are you the fan of a smart-looking dart shirt, or do you like
190.
identity in a player, Henry? Like the Adams 5 o'clock somewhere.
To be honest, I'm not really here or there on it, if I'd be perfectly honest with you.
140. You only require 137.
137. Might have taken his shirt off and he hit that.
67.
Well, he's got his name on the back of
48.
his shirt like a footballer, hasn't he?
But the man with the summary shirt
Game shot and the match. Killian
is enjoying
McCormack.
a very good day today. Killian McCormack gets the win, and in doing so puts himself top of the daily table. He's the first to win 3 games today, and he condemns Jeroen Mioch to a 4th straight defeat. Not going well for the Dutchman. Mioch will return for one last time against Andy Davidson in a couple of games' time, but before that it's Van Schie against McGuirk.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Well, the last remaining battle in Group A this week is a battle for Group B, and Schie McGuirk is still in that particular fight, and if he can beat second place Jimmy Van Schie, he can close the gap on him to a couple of points, but more importantly, he can actually leapfrog Andy Davidson and sit himself in third place, going into the all-important closing matches where McGuirk takes on Burnett. Davidson is taking on Jeroen Mioch, who hasn't won a match today in his last match, so you would say that in all reality Schie McGuirk is going to have to win both of his last two games against the top two in the table.
Game on.
It's fair to say it's been in and out day so far for Jimmy Van Schie, but maybe that's also a bit of a representation of his week so far. We've seen some real good things, but we've also been left wanting on one or two occasions by his performances.
100.
However, when you look at the players that are coming into Group B, Reece Colley, Mark Dubbridge, Charlie Large, would you still fancy Van Schie to make it through to Saturday night? Should it be Group B for him?
I don't think it's a guarantee. I think looking at that Group
57.
B, can I be brutally honest?
Go on.
I think I would, whoever goes through to it, from McGuirk
95
or Davidson, I would make them more likely to qualify than Van Schie. I'm not saying he won't, I just don't think it's a certainty. I think that Reece Colley will get through. I think Davidson or McGuirk would get through, and then I think it's a real battle between the rest of the players for potentially third place.
140.
Happy to be proved wrong.
Mark Dubbridge, I think it's fair to say, is the unknown quantity. We know the quality
59.
that he can still possess, but there's a lot of factors that are determinative with Dubbridge. 16 for Van Schie to take a 1-0 lead.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Charlie Large hasn't had the preparation time that the rest of the players would have had, but nearly always when he's played, he's been the outsider and has sometimes upset the apple cart. In fact, made it all the way through. Was it to a semi-final or even a final last time?
I think it was a semi-final, wasn't it? And I think memory proves me correct. I believe this is the first time Charlie Large hasn't played a Group C here. I'm fairly sure every other appearance he's made has been in a Group C scenario where it's harder to get through.
100%, yeah. And in Group C, while we're at it, I think
100.
Killian McCormack might run Richie, Walker, and whoever doesn't make it through from Van Schie, Davidson and McGuirk. Pretty close. I think we might see McCormack have one day where he has a really, really good day. I'm talking about winning 4 or maybe even 5 matches.
140.
Are we beginning to get to the conclusion that we believe that Greg Ritchie might be the favourite for Group C?
40.
Again, I think if it wasn't for who's dropping in, then I'd agree with that. I think Davidson or McGuirk will be the favourite.
99. 60.
Looking to try and avoid being in that group. And he's got a bit of time on his side here. Van Schie in and out on the day, in and out in this match so far. That's
80.
out, but he'll get more chances to put it in.
In fairness, today and throughout the course of the week, if the truth be told, Shane has needed those multiple opportunities to get the job done in legs.
Game's on the
Pins the tops that time. Squares up at 1-1.
So look, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Jan says in the chat, what are your thoughts on Gerwyn Price not participating in the World Cup? Well, I don't think you can really give any thoughts, can you? He's pulled out for his own reasons, and we respect them. I think you can give thoughts on how it might affect the Wales team, and it severely decreases their chances of winning the tournament.
Well, the world number 4 has pulled out, and a player that they won the tournament last year. Of course, it's going to weaken Wales, and effectively, you've got the 4th strongest team in the tournament based on rankings. Probably the best energy in terms of dynamic of a team, to a team which is going to get put together with a day to go. But first and foremost as well, obviously, putting out for health reasons, we wish him all the very best and hope everything's okay ahead of a big summer ahead. Of course, the match play just around the corner, and a 10-darter could be just around the corner here because Van Schie has left double 18 after 9. Oh, that's superb. 10-darter Van Schie to move 2-1 to the goods.
Yeah, really good stuff. And as pointed out in the chat, by the way, if McGuirk does lose this match, there is still the chance for Killian McCormack to finish as high as 4th in this group. If McGuirk is beaten by each of the top 2 in his last couple of games and McCormack can win his final match, then he could end up ahead of McGuirk because there's not an awful lot in the leg difference.
96.
And again, he's then going into Group C as the best Group A player in it.
And I think on the basis, particularly the last couple of days, will feel very confident. Remember, Killian didn't win a game on day 1.
100.
If this was a 2-day group, I know we're entering Grandmother Wheel's bike territory here. But if it was a 2-day group, he would be in the top 3. There's no doubt about that.
Well, not if it was Monday and Tuesday.
98. Shane McGuire, 127. 55.
Being hypothetical.
I was being hyper facetious.
Anyway, we're going to square this game up at 2 apiece.
72.
Misses the big number. 25 leaves tops.
32.
Yeah, that was a bit bold.
Jimmy, you require 150.
Right, how do you feel, Jimmy? He feels good. He feels wonderful.
On the
A 150 clearance from Jimmy Van Schie to lead 3-1. Leave McGuirk in danger of not only missing out on a Group B berth, but also maybe even sliding down to 5th in the table.
Well, in the last couple of legs, Jimmy Van
96.
Schie's had a 10-dart leg and taken a 150 out. And that double 18, when that goes to him, he is a danger, a real danger.
99. $58.
What I will say about Jimmy Van Schie is it's no certainty that he gets through to finals night, but if he does,
62.
He'd be a real handful there. Came alive, didn't he, in front of the audience last time?
Yep.
82.
Said that was a massive win for him when he got over the line last time.
$58.
Plays the game with a smile on his face. His attitude is totally correct. There are a lot of sports people who sometimes don't look like they're happy to be there, and I think sometimes it would be wise to remember that nearly everybody watching would love to swap places with them.
96.
And that's just Jimmy as a person as well.
170.
He's got a real laissez-faire attitude towards the game and towards life.
58.
Look at his finishing style, having just taken out the 150. He hasn't missed a dart double in the game. He's had a 10-dart leg. What about another ton topper to win
Jimmy,
it?
require 112.
To round off, what's been a good performance? But that's awkward.
Didn't have to stay there.
42. Shane, you require 101.
Well, we've seen this taken out a few times this week, mainly by Richie Burnett, but if McGuirk's going to take it out, he's going to have to find double 19. Can't do so, and so Van Schie looking at 70 to win the match.
$38.
First start missed at the outer ring.
19.
From the Dutchman, McGuirk has missed 3, and now he has 2 more. Needs to use them, but can't make them count.
11. Jimmy, you require 32.
And so to get over the line and to finish off a good display, Jimmy Van Schie wants double 16. But again, it's another awkward dart at that target.
But that might not be the worst outcome, because it does mean that he gets to go to a clear bed. And he proves that point and proves his point. And he's heading to Group B. Second place in this group for Jimmy Van Schie, a winner in the previous series, and maybe, just maybe, could be again. The 150, the highlight of that game. He also had a 10-darter, a 4-1 win against Shane McGuirk, who is now looking unlikely to join him in Group B, because if Andy Davidson beats Jeroen Mioch in the next match, then that will put paid to his chances.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where almost all is settled as far as Group A is concerned. We know that Richie Burnett is the winner of it, 24 points to his name. He was signed, sealed and delivered following the end of the first round of fixtures. Van Schie has confirmed his place in Group B. Andy Davidson can do the same. Shane McGuirk could make it through, but he has to rely on Jeroen Mioch, the player at the bottom of the table, to beat Andy Davidson in game 13 of our afternoon session. Davidson, who has been playing some better stuff today compared to yesterday, up against Mioch, who is still searching to find that form that we saw from him in the summer of last year, where he won a week and then made it through to Series 4's Champions Night. He came back with a big reputation, hasn't been able to really follow up his form in doing that, whilst Andy Davidson has managed to recapture the scintillating darts that saw him go through to the last Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, you would say on the basis of evidence this would be a convincing win for Andy Davidson, but we have seen one or two mini surprises over the course of the day.
Absolutely, and Mioch will be determined not to have that day where he doesn't get a victory, so he'll put everything into this.
98.
He is now condemned to a last place finish in this group. But he'll be very happy
78.
to start on zero with everybody else again come tomorrow. A couple of questions in the chat about the prize money and whether
46.
players have jobs. Well, yeah, all of these players are officially classed as amateur. I would say that many of them could be categorised as otherwise, but in the world of darts,
83.
if you don't have a PDC Tour card, then you're not deemed as professional. But this is the only tournament I'm aware of where
140.
you are guaranteed prize money outside of majors, which you've obviously qualified for. But if you finish bottom, you still earn something. And of course, if you win the whole thing, it's £25,000 per series. Huge, huge prize in amateur darts.
131.
And you can do that 3 times a year.
60.
Andreas Harrison could have
86.
potentially won 50 grand if he won last week. Mioch, 86 for 1-0 lead. He's got 6 from here. And this would be for 5-visit leg to kick-start the match. But 54. One of those trademark bounce-outs arises again.
Yeah, well, it seems silly to say now because he's won multiple times that. But Luke Littler, for example, won around £60,000 here last year.
180. Joining record 32.
Double 16 for Jeroen, and he leads 1-0. Enthusiastically called by our referee.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game.
Sounded like a horse racing commentator, didn't he?
Leave him alone, Henry. He wouldn't take the mick out of you, would he, if you said something wrong?
Never.
Maybe he would. But just to go back to the point at the start of the match, Jeroen Mioch defied that maximum and does look pretty determined to get a win.
135.
Great referees, they find a way to work that in. Almost it's like part of the same call, don't they?
To not put the player off, ultimately, because you've got to give it the big licks, but at the same time the player wants to come back to the hockey to win the leg.
Well, it never caught on, but I once had the idea of actually revolutionising the 180 call for fast matches and getting rid of the 100 amps, so you just call 180. Shorten down the syllables, shorten down the call.
45.
Tough job they have.
They've got to be concentrated every single throw of the day for 15 games. It's not an easy task. Double 15. How easy a task is this going to be?
60.
Well, look, we can
Jeroen require 140.
sit here and relax. We've got the easy job, haven't we? We can make mistake after mistake. It doesn't affect anything. The referee can't.
101.
We can and do.
And he required 30.
Speak for yourself, Murph.
No
And
score.
that may be a mistake from Andy Davidson because Mioch now can pounce.
Double 10. Grazes the wide. Can he flick one across? Yes, is the
Shot the
answer.
second leg.
Mioch breaks. He
Jeroen
leads
Mioch.
2-0. And suddenly, Shane McGuirk is possibly just
Then again,
raising a
Jeroen to
chair
throw
in the
first.
practice room.
Game. 58. $40. $140.
Just looking at
56.
the league table here. Shane McGuirk obviously was beaten 4-1 by Jimmy Van Schie in the previous game, so that left it unlikely. But if Davidson is beaten here, even by a couple of legs, it would mean that McGuirk would only need to win in his last match to leapfrog him. Problem he's got is he's playing Richie Burnett.
Of which anything can happen in any way, shape or form. And Mioch here averaging 96.5. This is by far the best performance he's had this week.
Only required 24.
But that's a wild dart at double 12. He has a glance at the scoreboard and sees Davidson way, way back. Making this harder than it should have been. And now he's down for double 2.
$60.
And he's got all the time he wants at this double 2.
No score.
And he's going to take that time.
There is a worry if Jeroen keeps messing about and Davidson wins his leg, it could begin just to unravel a little bit. Now up to the madhouse. It's all based on that miss into the single 9 on the double 12, and Davidson's going to have a chance to win the leg.
This is a perfect finish for him. Oh, okay. I think if he gets the bullseye first start, he's one of the most likely players to take it out because he's so quick, so accurate, so good at staying in the same place.
2.
And you were right, Henry. This has unravelled.
91. $67.
Well, to put this into perspective, before he had his first start at double, Jeroen Mioch was averaging 96. He's now averaging 77 because of all of these misses.
Game shot.
But he leads 3-0.
Jeroen
Gets here in the end and gives a good old stare down to the double 1.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
3-zip, scratching his head, wondering where this has been for the rest of the day.
137.
Niall Cullerton's back in the chat, asking for a soft tip week.
48.
Not going to happen, I'm afraid, Niall.
$140.
Says, imagine having Paul Lim on that stage. Well, doesn't have to be soft tip, does it?
We're going to see him on a stage in the next couple of days.
140.
In Frankfurt for the World Cup.
85.
Davidson suddenly finding his form again. A 137 and a 140 in this leg gets him down to a
139.
3-figure out after 9. Not going to take it out, but won't matter. You leave it handy.
99.
And that is handy Andy. Tops after 12.
36. And he required 40.
The concern there was a couple of snatchy pulls from Jeroen.
Game shot on the
as
fourth
Davidson
leg.
brings it back
Andy
to 3-1
Davidson.
and gives it the big licks.
Michael van Davidson.
Fifth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game. $59.
As funny as it is, it could be the type of thing that a certain type of
87.
opponent would take umbrage to.
If you're an opponent that does that kind of thing, I mean, Kevin McDine famously did it against Van Gerwen, didn't he? And then
80.
felt the wrath of the Green Machine. If you watch later on in the week,
96.
when it's published our dart swap challenge, you will see one of the players in this group mimicking one of the other players in this group. Guess which one?
59.
Make sure you are subscribing and you'll
85.
get a good look at that.
$57. $63.
Smart thinking from Davidson. The use of the bullseye to leave himself on a finish.
$135. And he
Well, that
required
two treble turn may
170.
have been much needed because Davidson is suddenly stirring in this game.
50.
It is a game about to be
Jeroen
over.
required 111.
Could be. Double 16.
Game
And
shot
Jeroen
out of the
Mioch
match.
signs off with a win.
Jeroen Mioch.
He's not sure where it came from, but it's 2 points in the pocket. A 4-1 success for the Dutchman, something to take into the rest of the week for him. And now it means that Andy Davidson has to have an anxious look over his shoulder because Shane McGuirk is in action next against Richie Burnett. And if he wins that match against the group winner, he will sneak past Davidson and steal his Group B spot.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. With that man in your picture there, Schie McGuirk is a win away from Group B tomorrow evening. He takes on Richie Burnett, who is going to have a couple of days off. I don't know whether he knows or not. He's got a couple of days off, I'll be perfectly honest with you. But what we all know is he's won 12 from 14 and is looking to finish with 26 points in the group. And, well, what a debut campaign it has been for the Prince of Wales.
Yeah, did it with a little drama, got the job done before he'd lost a game, didn't he, Richie Burnett? Then has lost a couple since, but looking to sign off with a win. Hard task here for Schie McGuirk.
Game on.
Something on the game for him, not for his opponent. But it's a second bite, really, isn't it? A second chance, because he would have fully expected Andy Davidson to have beaten Jeroen Mioch. That didn't happen, and the margin of the victory for Jeroen means, of course, that McGuirk just needs to win this match by any margin, and he will finish in third place.
What happens when opportunity knocks? And also, we should state that Richie's struggles in a day has usually been right at the very end. They've usually been the lowest performances as far as a daily campaign is concerned.
If you are starting to think that after this match there'll be nothing to play for, therefore nothing to stay tuned in for,
81.
I can confirm that we will be hearing from Richie Burnett, so I would advise that you delay your plans for a little longer.
60.
And let's be honest, that's probably as entertaining as the action on the board.
Yeah, he's given us a few lines this week.
45.
I'm sure there'll be a few more. My favourite was in one of the interviews. I mentioned it yesterday, I think, when he was just reflecting on his career, and it was almost philosophical, the quote that he gave.
58.
He said that he'd won 2 fortunes but spent 3.
$80. Schie require 146.
Well, McGuirk's already found the 146 today. Could he do so again? Another one of them leads double 16. Not to be on this occasion. Not that there was a necessity to take it out on this attempt, with Richie 12 darts into the leg and around about halfway through.
99. Schie require 52.
Chooses double 16, and that's why.
Game shot on the first leg. Schie
McGuirk draws first blood. All he has to do is keep holding his throw to force his way into Group B.
Second leg,
if you're wondering why we're putting so much emphasis on that, maybe you're new to the Super Series, it's because there is so much more chance of getting through from Group B on a Friday than there is from Group C.
140.
60% chance of making it through, compared to almost half that in Group C.
180.
Maxi for McGuirk to kickstart leg 2.
Yeah, said he only needed to keep holding, but if he gets a break as well, he's on easy street.
60.
Continues a perfect streak at the beginning of leg 2, but dart 5 will stray into the
81.
single 1.
I have to say, this has been the most sort of subdued of the 3 days that Richie's had
32.
here so far. Haven't seen as many reactions. It's still more reactions than any other player any other week, but it's been less than Monday or Tuesday. He's been a little calmer.
Maybe because he knows the job is done. Maybe that little bit of adrenaline has seeped out. As for McGuirk, well, he knows that this is an important game. He's averaging 104 in it, and he could be on the cusp of a 2-0 lead.
83. Schie require 100.
Tops.
Game
for 12 darter, the ton plus out, and a 2-0 lead. It's really good stuff from Schie McGuirk in a crucial game, and Richie Burnett approves.
First. Game on.
Even doing nothing is doing something, isn't it, when it comes to Richie Burnett?
125.
But McGuirk now provisionally up to third.
60.
He will go ahead of Andy Davidson if he does win this game. And as you can see, we'll join Jimmy Van Schie in Group B.
96.
If Burnett turns it around, then McGuirk will drop out of that third spot and Andy Davidson will take it.
$99.
Here's another Richie Burnett stat for you. He won the World Masters back in 1994. We've actually got one other World Masters champion in the field, Mark Dubbridge. And of the 12 players that are playing this week, apart from obviously Richie who won it, only Mark Dubbridge and Bhav Patel were alive when Richie won that title.
83.
That is a fantastic stat. Dubbridge really burst onto the scene with that victory, didn't he?
Well, that's where the name Flash comes from, because he didn't want the interpretation of a flash in the pan.
Very quickly went on to reach a PDC World Final as well. We will see Flash.
64.
Tomorrow
Shane
night in
McCoy,
Group
120.
B, which is where Shane McGuirk may well be heading. That's a perfect guide. Used.
Game
absolutely
shot the third
excellent.
leg. Shane McGuirk.
When he needed to, he performed, and he might be putting in his best performance of the
Richie
week
to
here.
throw first. Game on.
Back-to-back tub plus outs, 3-0 to the good, and Richie Burnett is sat now on the cusp of his third defeat of the day. Remember, he didn't taste defeat at all on days 1 and 2.
100.
Is it a sign, actually, the way things have gone for Richie today, in your opinion, Henry, is it a sign that the 2 days off will be beneficial for him? He is an elder statesman. Chance to relax, rest, recuperate, and then come back fresh and firing on Saturday.
And I think it's easier for a player like Richie to focus all that energy on one day. And the fact you've got 2 days off to put yourself in the picture for 4 games. It's what he's got to think about. 4 games on one night to win a title over a format which he's become so accustomed to. A format which lends to
86.
his way of playing. I think he's going to be a real danger come Saturday night. I mean, he's going to be a danger anyway.
$100.
And I'll tell you what, Richie Burnett would be a great addition to a Champions Week.
Yeah, already there. Tom Sykes.
60.
Jim Long. Richard Eric Rowlands.
Well, as a matter of fact, if Richie Burnett gets through, 3 of the 4 players that would have been in the Champions Week would have played in this year's World Seniors Championship.
130.
And they say it's a young man's game.
$140.
And those 3, of course, all newbies to Champions Weeks as well.
Game shot the 4th leg.
Burnett stays in
Richie
this
Burnett.
fight for now.
But crucially, McGuirk has the darts here to seal a 4-1 win, which would seal his place in Group B tomorrow and Friday night. And it mean that Andy Davidson would be consigned to the morning shift.
45.
We know Jimmy Van Schie is going to be playing tomorrow night in that Group B. We know Burnett's going to be taking a couple of days off. We know Killian and Jeroen are going to be Group C bound as well when it comes to tomorrow and Friday afternoon. So it's just one more I to dot and one more T to cross as far as our pass for the next couple of days are concerned.
60. $100.
He's making McGuirk think a little bit suddenly here, Burnett. Gone really solid, hasn't he? That's going to be a difficult dart to navigate, which is why McGuirk moves away.
57.
He's chasing the trebles around. What an adjustment that is.
140.
He's played one of his best suits when you... There's been a few times this week where you've seen a dart go low in the bed, and most other players you'd think, okay, that could be a struggle, but Richie manages to find
60.
a way around
Richie
it.
require 161.
Well, this game could be turning. I think he's deciding to stay there. Well, is he going to stay there and then use the bull, or is he just going to go down? It's worth having a look at Shane's score here as well.
$40.
Well, whatever he decided, he's now thinking it was the wrong decision.
99. Richie require 121.
Well, he's still got time on his side because McGuirk's not on the scene in this leg, although he could be very quickly.
57.
I've not really been put in too many holes. We feel like the leg should be done from here, particularly when he had 9 darts on 161 on the back of the 140.
Also, the bullseye could have been the play with his last dart there. He blocked the treble 20. Had he hit the 25, he'd now be on
100.
59.
Richie required 64.
Single to double. But when you find a treble, it doesn't matter, does it? Makes that point academic.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Makes the
Richie
checkout
Burnett.
look easy. And Burnett breaks and now is throwing to force a decider. And remember,
Sixth
it's a
leg,
match
it's
that
Richie
McGuirk
throw
has to win.
first. Game on.
This could be his week. Shane McGuirk's week could rest on the next couple of legs.
And Burnett is just beginning to find it here. He had a couple of real off legs to start. McGuirk took full advantage of it, had a bit of a spree, but now it's the Irishman's turn just to come off the boil a little bit, and Burnett is firing up the furnace. Did have a 9 darter in the previous
100.
venue in Southampton. That was against a player who is now a tour card holder, played in a World Championship semi-final not too long ago.
46.
Scott Williams.
He almost missed one, didn't he? He missed the double to win the Saturday night.
Yeah, that was the championship special, wasn't it, before we started the phase format here. The old venue, of course, in Southampton.
54.
His other career 9 dart against Michael Barnard back in 2012.
$100. Richie require 167.
Well, this game really has swung back in the favour of Burnett. McGuirk has had a couple of off legs. Burnett's just put on the ante a little bit, and they're conjoining in the
81.
middle, and it's working in the favour of Burnett here, who's got a return for 86 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. And you could say that this
60.
game has been a bit of a
Richie
representation of
86.
Shane's week so far. The opportunities have been there, but he's been unable to take full advantage of them. Glances over at the scoreboard. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye.
45.
But then misses the big number with his last dart, which means he's going to have to spurn one upon his return.
$125.
Oh, McGuirk looked like this was going to be
41.
exactly the performance and the result he needed, but now it's going to come down to a single leg if Burnett can locate double 16,
Game
which
shot
he
the 6th
can
leg. Richie
with
Burnett.
a wonderful dart. One leg will determine which group Shane
7 for
McGuirk
final leg.
ends up
Shane
in.
to throw first.
If he doesn't win this
Game
leg,
on.
third place and a Group B spot goes to Andy Davidson. If he does, McGuirk makes it his.
$81.
Well, he would have expected more following dart 1, Shane. What pressure can Richie put on?
$81.
As you were.
$57. $41.
Well, this is a help, isn't it, for McGuirk? Burnett faltering. But can McGuirk make the most of it?
It feels like both players are crawling towards the finishing line. These look like two real tired bodies.
100.
I know Shane was saying that the heat has been a topic of conversation. He actually had ice in his towel for one of the games yesterday.
133.
To try and keep himself cool.
I do hope that Richie hasn't done the same because he leaves his towel on electrical equipment.
140.
This will be some way to seal the spot.
170.
But the fish isn't going to be netted by McGuirk. He can only try and leave it as handy as possible.
42.
He's not really going to do that. He leaves himself on 128. Burnett has his chance to deny McGuirk and to send Davidson into tomorrow night's showdown.
$59. Shane McGuire, 100.
He's himself on a 2-darter if McGuirk cannot take out the 128. This to send himself into tomorrow night's group. Excellent. Double 10. He's had a dart to send himself into tomorrow night.
Richie Burnett,
and it's a chance that's come and gone. It may be the only chance he gets.
Well, it's Richie Burnett throwing the darts, but this finishes for Andy Davidson, who goes through to Group B
Richie Burnett.
at the expense of Shane McGuirk and with the help of Richie Burnett, who's going through to finals night. Yes, a very, very good week's work from Richie Burnett. He's a happy man. He dances off the stage and he should strut. He should have a spring in his step. He's been excellent value for the Super Series this week and he is the first player through to finals night. The Group A winner is Richie Burnett, who sees off Shane McGuirk 4-3, condemning McGuirk to a Group C placing tomorrow. Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson going into Group B, and Van Schie will fulfil the final fixture next against Killian McCormack.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are about to complete Group A. So what do we know? Well, Richie Burnett is the winner of the group. Whether he knows that, I still don't know, to be perfectly honest with you. Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson are going to be playing tomorrow and Friday night in Group B, whilst Killian McCormack, Schie, McGuirk and Jeroen Mioch will be playing tomorrow afternoon. So we can dot all the I's, we can cross all the T's now. Group B is going to see Van Schie and Davidson joined alongside Charlie Large, Mark Dudbridge and Reece Colley. And then Group C, we'll see McGuirk, McCormack and Mioch joined by Bav Patel, Jensen Walker and Greg Ritchie. And so we can now get our preparations for the rest of the week underway as we culminate one group. We look forward to the beginning of two more and some intriguing groups, it's fair to say, too, that are going to be up in the offing for one final time. Myself, Henry Deacon, is going to be in the company
it's Killian
of Chris Murphy. And these two are going to be treading different paths on Thursday and Friday, but these will be two players that, in their respective groups, will fancy their chances of getting out.
Absolutely. I think it's very likely they could end up meeting again. Possible that neither will make it through to Saturday as well. Nothing is guaranteed. We will doubly confirm all of the groups for the rest of the week at the end of the show. We're also going to hear from a couple of players as well. The Saturday-bound Burnett and the Group B-bound Davidson. Do stay tuned. Well, we've got large tomorrow. We've had littler before. This is little and large, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on a Cord Decker against Mikuru Suzuki vibe, isn't it? Which I think is the biggest size difference between players you've ever seen in a match here.
60.
And both these players, by the way, have won 3 matches today.
133. $81. Jimmy require 132.
Van Schie for a bit of a champagne start. He's going for it. You can see the twinkle in his eyes, and he wasn't far away, even with a block bed.
He fancied that, didn't he? I think he can be very happy with how he's done. We did hear from Jimmy yesterday. He was very sort of philosophical in his thinking. Didn't feel he played his best so far this week. I think he's put that right for the most part today.
Game
puts that right as well.
Jimmy Van Schie.
I think he'll be happier today compared to how he was yesterday. That is for sure. And I think he's one of those players, Jimmy, that has a very honest outlook on the game. And he's one of those players that will listen to feedback but won't be overbuoyed by it.
97.
I think he's very fair in his assessments and doesn't let too much get into the mind, too much get in the way of thinking.
Has got his own fan club here in Portsmouth as well. I'm sure they might turn out on Saturday. Don't forget you need
140.
To head online to get your tickets if you are a Jimmy Fansky. They might become 32. Like those group of fans that dress as Simon Whitlock and follow him around the world.
Except from the fact they'll need to get a pair of stilts.
I was once at a European Tour event that they all turned up for, and Simon hadn't actually qualified. Oops. But next time they were there, we did go and see them and have a photograph and gave them some signed gifts.
$140.
140 there for Killian. Leaves himself on a finish after 9, responding to a good leg from Van Schie against the darts with one on his own, but
140.
Schie with that 140 leaves himself
Killian
on a finish as well, but
121.
McCormack favourite very much so for this second leg. Double 17 and the ball. Not to be, and so has Van Schie got a biggie in the locker.
Jimmy require 136.
Well, that's perfectly pitched.
128.
Couldn't quite complete the combo, so Killian comes back, looking at 64. 16's all right, either is fine.
Another. Leaves the requisite double.
Game
Well,
shot
that's
the
impressive.
second leg. Killian
Not
McCormack.
just because Van Schie had almost threatened a big one, but I think he lost the grip of the last dart as well then.
The leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game
To
on.
readjust, refocus, and completed the combination.
$64.
Reminder, once the action's done, if you've missed any of the action and you want to rewatch or relive, the highlights package will be available to you
58.
as soon as play finishes, and you can also catch up on all the other sessions as well as our bonus content that we bring to you from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And don't forget that we'll be back 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon on the Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group C, and then 10 o'clock for Group B start, and vice versa on Friday, and then 7:30 start on Saturday for the finals. See who's going to be the fourth name into Champions Week. Champions Week, which I think already is opening up doors of opportunities for people. I think of the first 3, Tom Sykes probably will go in as the favourite, but there's still a lot of big names to come in this series.
41.
And a few big names that have missed out already, including, of course, the reigning champion, Andreas Harrison.
$78. $140. Killian McCormack 94.
94 for McCormack. Tots for a 2-1 lead. Double 10 is
Game
found,
shot on the
and
third
McCormack
leg.
moves himself
Killian
in front again.
Not the only darts
Fourth
going
leg,
on
it's Jimmy to throw first.
this week. The World Cup taking place actually in Germany alongside the European Championship.
60.
And in the chat, Quinton says, "Yo, commentators." I'm just reading what he put. If you see in the YT chat,
140.
which country do you think has the best chance at the World Cup of Darts, and who would be the dark horse? Well, I've made no secret that I'm backing Team England. And Henry said Wales yesterday. Anything changed, Henry? Anything changed?
I think one thing we've realised over the last couple of days, myself and national team selections don't go hand in hand.
81.
Honestly, now the going price news, I think England will probably now be favourites, but I think Australia's chances may be improved as a
91.
consequence of it as well.
And your dark horse? And you can't have Australia because you've picked 2 teams to win.
60. Jimmy require 170.
Do that in the next leg.
54. $60. Jimmy require 116.
1-1-6 here for Van Schie to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
$84. Killian require 160.
Couldn't go. Can 160? No is the answer. Van Schie will return.
42. Jimmy require 32.
Double 16 for Van Schie to give us a Desmond contest to end our Group A campaign. And again, another awkward dart to the southwest side of the board. Shakes his head. They're two of the worst darts he could have possibly thrown at that target, because dart 3 is virtually impossible. He's now going to have a look which side is going to work best. Where can he go? Where can he throw? Where can he find? It was almost a superb find from pretty much 8 foot. And he could be punished here. Tots to the 118. Oh, 78. It grazes the wire. It bends the wire.
Jimmy requires 32.
So back for that pesky double 16. You might be relieved to go for a different target. Which he finds. There it is, located, level, 2-2. Right, Henry, going back to Quinton's question.
Fifth leg, it's Killian to throw first.
I'm going to do a little countdown from 3. After 1, we'll both say our dark horse at the same time. See if we have picked the same one. You ready? 3, 2, 1, Poland.
New Zealand.
You didn't quite get the way I was doing.
Yeah, but I didn't want to talk over you.
Let us know what you think in the chat.
95.
Yeah, the Polish team of Ratajski and Jaganski stands out for me. I'm not saying they'll win the tournament, but I think they could have a deep run.
I just think for New Zealand, I know Ben Wobb's not a tour card holder, but he's just taken over as WDF world #1, a player 60. That we've seen do very well on this stage in particular. I think he could... I think if him and Hoopai, if they can just click together, they have played doubles and stuff together, they can just get that chemistry together. I think they could have a very deep run indeed in the competition. Definitely get out of the group and maybe
41.
Spring a surprise somewhere, because they have got that quality to do so. And also, a lot of people are saying Germany. I can't go for Germany because I can't say a dark horse is a seed higher than the team that I've tipped to win the tournament.
Yeah, Sam says he fancies Belgium. Quinton himself saying Poland. Mikhail says Jim Williams. Well, you would have got a good price on that yesterday.
Also, is Jim
26.
Williams playing in his own country?
My dark horse is Germany, but I think Scotland will be thereabouts also, says Sean.
98.
I know there's 1 or 2 people talking about Northern Ireland. It is a new team with Josh Rock and Brendan Dolan. I mean, it'd be intriguing to see how that dynamic works.
Always an interesting dynamic in Team Belgium.
44.
That was bizarre last year, wasn't it? Dimitri and Kim, who has made it after his injuries have been recovered from. My trouble with Belgium is Kim Huybrechts. I think that if you watch how he played at the recent Pro Tour, first game each day fantastic, and then immediately crashed. And I'm just wondering if there are some lasting effects from those injuries he sustained, and whether he'll be able to maintain a high level of performance throughout a tournament.
100.
The one thing he will get in comparison to a Players' Championship, he's going to get more recovery time between matches.
Might not be recovery 56. Time he needs. He might need a substitution.
105.
Is that something they'll bring in the future?
Game shot on the 5th.
No substitute for class, which is what Killian McCormack has just shown there. Is he going to sign off with a fantastic victory over the second place player in this group, having already beaten the first?
140.
And if he does manage to do that, he will be the best performing player of the day. He'll be the table topper on the Wednesday group table.
$122. $59.
Speaking of that World Cup of Darts news today, Jeroen Price has now had his say. He's posted on his Instagram story.
59.
A very tough decision, and I'm absolutely gutted to have to withdraw from the World Cup. It's my favourite event of the whole year, but been suffering a long while with a few medical issues, and last week was a wake-up call to get myself sorted. Sorry to Johnny Clayton and the whole of Wales, but I'm sure Johnny and Jim will do us all proud. All the best, lads. Bring it home.
80.
That's the message from Jeroen Price. We send him our very best wishes.
$100. Jimmy require 100. $76.
This one could be going the distance. It looks like it will be.
$30. Jimmy required 24.
It's a little bit of a reaction there in the length of time it took for
on the sick flag.
Killian to retrieve his darts. I think one of them just got stuck in the board a bit there as he turned around. It took a while to pull it out of the sisal.
Game on.
But it will be down to this match to determine which of these players wins 4 out of 5.
$60.
Well, the last little question I'm going to open up to the chat room is, who do you think will be joining Richie Burnett at finals night? Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson going into Group 83. B, where they'll join Mark Durbridge, Charlie Large and Reece Colley. And Group C will feature Greg Ritchie, Jensen Walker, Bav Patel, Killian McCormack himself, Shane McGuirk and Jeroen Mioch. So tell us who you think will be making it through to
60.
finals night.
$140.
Henry Deacon has vacated the commentary box. He's heading downstairs for a chat with Richie Burnett, which we will bring to you. I'm going to be up here talking to Andy Davidson at the conclusion of this game.
40.
So do stay tuned for those conversations. I'm sure they will be entertaining and enlightening.
$41. $140. $135. $83. Jimmy require 102.
Both players on similar finishes. First go goes to Jimmy. I've had a bit of bother with this double in this game.
70.
And he opens the door for Killian McCormack.
Killian require 118.
who gets a shot at double 19.
99.
Can't find it. It's been a much better day. No
Jimmy
wins
require 32.
on day one. 2 wins yesterday for Killian McCormack. 3 wins today. And it could become 4 because Jimmy Van Schie has missed 4 match starts, and now McCormack gets a real opportunity
19.
to be the best player on the day.
$11.
So close yet so far.
Jimmy require 16.
And again, Van Schie will be relieved not to be going for double 16. That has not been his friend in this match. Double 8 it is. Double 4.
12.
Wow. Does anybody want to win?
Killian, you require 8. No score.
Well, it wasn't really the worth
Jimmy
the wait
require
there, was it?
4.
Jimmy Van Schie then gets another opportunity. Both these players have been battling it out to be the best on the day, and that honour goes to Jimmy Van Schie, who finishes second in the table, moves to 20 points, keeps Killian McCormack on 10, and he's had a much better day than he has had in his previous days, improving every day. We'll see him in Group C, we'll see Jimmy in Group B, and we'll see Richie Burnett at finals night on Saturday. We're going to see Andy Davidson in Group B tomorrow night as well, and we're going to hear from both Andy and Richie in a few moments' time. Yeah, well, we now know who is going where for the rest of the week here at the Modus Super Series. We know that Richie Burnett is going to be on the stage on Saturday night, and Henry Deacon is downstairs ready to talk to the Prince of Wales.
Richie, many congratulations, winner of Group A. What will be your overall assessment of the week so far?
Oh, Jesus Christ. First day, I just didn't know where I was going to come in from or whatever. I had a bad preparation. Exhibitions in Ireland come over. Honestly, I would have taken 3 out of 2, but 5 out of 5, and then I kicked on set yesterday. Well, I'll be better yesterday. Today is really hard to flow. People say, I always say the hardest thing in dance is to flow with freedom. I did that today, and it just didn't go. So you obviously need that little bit of a edge as well. But no, I'm absolutely 2 days off. I don't know what I'll do with them.
In terms of the first 2 days, how well is that in comparison to what you've played recently?
To be honest, it's just great timing. Every time I needed a big shot, and every time I needed a double, I hit it, and that's the little bit that you need at the moment. So, yeah, if I can keep doing that, I'll be a threat. If not, if I get myself in a mediocre act like it was earlier, it could be difficult. But, hey, Christ, I enjoy it myself.
You seem in a very good place for the sport right now, playing in places like playing in different environments. I think, does that suit you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love the game. I moan about it. We all moan about it, but I've said to the boys, I said to Johnny Clayton, I said to Gazzy, I said to the boys, look, don't moan about it, because when you're not doing this, it's a lonely own place. I've been in those places, but now it's just, I'm 57 years of age. I absolutely love this game. I love meeting new people. I love enjoying it. I love winning. Hey, normally you continue, you know. So I'm just happy.
Couple of days off now. How are you going to spend them in preparation for Saturday?
With my reputation, I'll probably stay in the room, watch a bit of TV, and have a few cups of coffee and all that. You know.
Low key.
Yeah, right.
Richie, many congratulations. We'll see you Saturday.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, Richie may well be staying in his room watching TV. We'll see about that. But Andy Davidson is going to be back in action tomorrow evening. Andy, in Group B, I suppose that's something to be pleased about.
It is to an extent. I mean, I do feel very fortunate to be in Group B. I mean, to be honest, it should be Shane sitting here, to be honest. The fact that he was 3-0 up and Richie came back there, fair play to him. It was a good comeback win. But, yeah, I mean, I don't feel I've reached my potential yet. I mean, I felt quite good on Monday. But Tuesday, Wednesday, it has been a little bit of a struggle, if I'm being totally honest. So I'm just pleased to be in Group B, and yeah, we'll see how that goes tomorrow night.
How do you think it compares to last time you were here? I suppose one of the big differences, you came here, with all due respect, as a bit of an unknown quantity, having qualified through the ADC, but you soon made yourself known. So I guess a lot of your opponents and our viewers know the quality you possess now.
Well, potentially there is that to it, but I don't see myself as still as one of those to be shot at. I mean, I still feel I can throw a good game now and again, but I don't feel I'm the one in that room to beat. I mean, you look at the likes of Jimmy. You know, he's been winning WDF tournaments this year, and well, Richie's a world champion, obviously, and you know, likes of Shane. He's won development tours, doing well on challenge tours. So, I'm still relatively inexperienced to all the guys to the other five in Group A as far as I see it. So I still see it as, but yeah, I'll just try my best, and yeah, we'll just see how they go again.
Just tell me about that experience, winning a week last time, playing in Champions Week. How much has it changed your career?
It's been a little bit strange, I must admit. The last 2 months, it's been a little bit. The fact that I've had to reassess my goals. The fact that, well, I know I said it on stage to Henry that I might have a go at Q School. Well, that's definitely confirmed now. I will be going to Q School to try and have a go at the PDC tour. We'll see how that goes. But as far as I see it, I just try my best, and you know, if they go well, you know, like yesterday. I mean, Christ, I was absolutely terrible yesterday. But I must admit, I'll be the first to admit that. But you know, I played a little bit better today. But you know. I'm just pleased to be in Group B, and I'm just pleased to be playing Chris, to be quite honest. You know, it's just good the fact that I've been invited to this week. I'm more than delighted the fact I've been invited back again this week, so I'm just making the most of it.
No, deservedly so as well. Let's just have a look at the group table just to get confirmation of who is going where. Richie Burnett winning it. He'd won it before he'd actually lost the game, ended up losing a couple. Yourself and Jimmy going into Group B. Shane, Killian and Jeroen all heading for Group C. When you look at that group, and when you looked at the week that you were invited to and found out the lineup last week, what was your reaction at being put in the same room as Richie Burnett for 5 hours a day?
Yeah, it was interesting. Well, I'd never met Richie before play started on Monday, so I knew stories about him. I mean, we can't go on about that on air, but it's interesting. You know, he's some character, isn't he? Let's have it right. As long as Jimmy, Jimmy's the same. You know, I was pleased to meet him because, well, obviously I never played against him in Champions Week because we were in opposite pools, but it was, I'm just relishing the fact that I'm playing here, and that's the main thing for me.
Let's just get confirmation of the groups then for the rest of this week. So Richie Burnett through straight to finals night. Group C starts tomorrow 1 p.m. Bav Patel, Jensen Walker and Greg Ritchie coming in to that group. And Andy, you're going to be joined by Jimmy and then Reece Colley, Mark Dudbridge and Charlie Large. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, it's a tough group. Well, they're all tough in here. I mean, every time you come to the Modus Super Series, there's no easy groups in here. You know, everyone's earned their spot by right, and that's the way I see it. You can't think of it as, oh, I've got an easy game here. It's never that. It's never the case. It's just the fact that you just go up there, you try and play your best, and if they go well, so be it. If they don't, doesn't matter. You do have another chance. That's what's good about the Modus. It's the fact that if you do have a bad game, you can bounce back in the next 2 or 3. So that's the way I see it, in my opinion.
What kind of mentality are you taking into the next couple of days as you try to get a return to that stage on Saturday night?
Well, the fact that last time I played in Group B, I really felt I played my best darts in terms of Week 11. I mean, I ended up topping Group B last time I played in that group. So there's no reason why I can't do that again. I mean, I'm playing well. I don't feel I've played my best so far, but there's no reason why I can't bring the A game out tomorrow.
Well, thanks for talking to us. I'm sure we'll chat again at some point for the rest of the week. We hope to see you tomorrow. Remember, a double session of darts getting underway. 1 p.m. the action starts in Group C, then 10 p.m. when Andy Davidson will be in Group B. But Richie Burnett has been the boss of Group A this week as a Welshman is through to Saturday night. We will see you tomorrow.